Alright, we are back. Just check something real quick here. Okay, we're back and had to resort to actually using display capture, unfortunately. But yeah, game capture for some reason doesn't work at the moment with black flag here, just giving me black screen. And windowed mode, or like, you know, capturing a window doesn't even recognize anything. So it's really odd. I never had that issue before. Only with Watch Dogs, which came out around the same time. Or at least in the same year. Or did it? It came out like half a year later, I think. So maybe it's like an issue with, you know, games developed around the time frame or something. But yeah, either way, things do work now. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this again. Just in case it's skipping anything from the start of the game. Hello there, Ava. Welcome in. You first. Yeah, I had to restart my stream, unfortunately. Black Flag was giving me some issues there with OBS. How's it going, Ava? And I'm doing well, thank you. Having a nice Sunday so far over here. Went voting earlier and then went on a nice long hike with the doggo and Levy. That's right, yeah, it came out 2014. About like half a year after Black Flag. Which is why there's also a connection between those games with the modern day. But yeah, quite a few games were launched in 2014 to say the least. Yeah, not really in Germany, I guess. Just like a local kind of like mayor vote that happened. So like nothing too major, but you know, it's still something that is of importance, I guess, to you know, kind of like where I'm at. So yeah. Okay, OBS is still having picture here. That's good. Not a single frame. Very nice, Ava. That's definitely a combo. Silent Hill 2 and Swedish Idol. But that can definitely help having a bit of a contrast program, isn't it? To take off a bit of, you know, pressure. I hope you're still having fun with the game, though, even if it's a bit, you know, scary. Hello there, Assertive. Welcome in. Good day. How's it going?
Is it dangerous? Edward? Privateering, is it dangerous?
Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't.
Why not sail with the King's Navy? Earn a proper wage, sail under gentlemen.
Sod the Navy's gentlemen. For every shilling I'd earn, the captain gets 600. That's no way to earn a fortune.
We don't need a fortune.
It's not about need, Caroline. I want food that don't make me sick. I want walls that hold back the wind. I want a decent life.
How long would you be gone with these privateers?
A year, I reckon. 2 at the most.
All right. No more than 2. Promise me.
Couldn't do it. I mean, to be fair, just, you know, the trip over, you know, to the colonies would have taken quite a long time. I did hear assertive, just woke up. Definitely hope you enjoy your coffee and hope it helps. Also made myself some iced coffee this morning because it's quite warm here. Yesterday we had up to 30 degrees Celsius. Today it's like 25, but it's a lot more humid though. Indeed, Chilla. Finally we can actually play the game. Had to resort to display capture, but seems to run fine for now. Hello the Doppeldoor, welcome in, and good day. Yeah, that's the thing, Ava, right? Like, on one hand enjoying the game, but at the same time being kinda like scared by it. A bit conflicting, in a way. But maybe it's also something, you know, that helps now playing in anticipation for Resident Evil 9. So maybe can handle the horror better than being like more used to it. And thank you guys for the stream streaks, Doppeldoor and Assertive. Yeah, I'm just gonna check because the game doesn't actually have pop-ups for database entries, I don't think. We already have one Shanty, the Maid of Amsterdam. And we have 2 database entries, so I'm gonna, you know, start as early as possible, so we don't have like a huge load dump later. But this already gives us a bit of an insight here into the, you know, characters we encountered now, with Caroline and Edward. Oh yeah, Ava? Yeah, honestly, I have no idea how much scarier the one might be over the other. I've only seen like a little bit of Silent Hill 2, like the beginning, when Levi played it. But they looked very atmospheric for sure. I definitely liked, yeah, the atmosphere they were building there. Are really assertive. Yeah, it's definitely interesting how different it can be. But yeah, right now it's also quite cloudy at this point, and starting tomorrow it's gonna get quite cold again in comparison. Like tomorrow we're supposed to have 15 degrees max temperature. Compared to 2 days before 30, it's, you know, quite a difference. So we're gonna have quite the temperature drop tonight. Sounds good, Ave. Best of luck with the rest of Silent Hill 2. Hope it goes well. And thank you, dude, for the good luck wishes. And for the luck. Ah, that's fair, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I've only seen the beginning, so it seemed like fine then, but I have no idea how, things might develop into the late game. 14 degrees, yeah. That's definitely not that warm. Definitely feels like fall is knocking. Alright, let's read up a bit on the characters here. Caroline Scott. Born 1691. The daughter of Emmett and Elizabeth Scott, Caroline was born in Bristol, England, to a prosperous family of merchants and civil servants. Given a modest education by her father, she furthered her own studies in her own way, taking time to read as often as her family duties allowed. Splitting her time between this and helping her mother manage her father's affairs, she grew into a confident and level-headed woman with more skill and intelligence than her situation allowed her to exercise. Caroline first met Edward Kenway outside the Haute Shillelagh in the aftermath of a drunken altercation. She had arrived to fetch one of her servants and there found Edward escorting the woman from of the clutches of one of Bristol's more notorious cats. Thankful for his kindness, Caroline agreed to a second meeting on more equitable terms, hardly thinking a romance possible. And yet, against most odds, that is just what happened. Edward and Caroline grew quite close and soon fell in love, much to the dismay of her father. Emmett Scott had already promised his daughter to the son of a wealthy East India Company executive, and made his displeasure apparent at every turn. But all his noise was to no avail. Caroline and Edward were married in 1712. Edward Kenway, born 1693 in Wales and died 1735 in England. Edward James Kenway was born on the 10th of March in Swansea, Wales, to Bernard Kenway of Manchester and Lynette Hopkins of nearby Cardiff. By Edward's 10th birthday, his father had moved the family to a small farm just outside Bristol, a nearby port town in the southwest of England. Note, not sure a Welsh leading man would be interesting. Can we do ADR to replace his voice? Ah yeah, so these are kind of like the Abstergo Entertainment notes. I'm gonna ignore these because they're just like lore base, but I wanna focus more on the actual like historically relevant parts of the database entries. This relocation had a depressing effect on young Edward's mood. He grew restless from a lack of contact with old friends and struggled to find an outlet for his limitless energy. By his teens, he was spending more and more time in the city, away from his farm, where the lure of excitement overrode prudence. By age 16, he had substituted a career as a successful farmer for a life of a hopeless tomfoolery, frequently shirking his responsibilities to his family in favor of rough company. In late 1711, at the age of 17, Edward met Caroline Scott, a woman of modest but steady means. The friendship began cautiously, as Caroline's hand had already been promised to the boorish son of a wealthy East India Company executive. But Edward's charms eventually won out, and he and Caroline were married within a year of a meeting, a union that angered her father and got the whole of Bristol talking. In the earliest months of their marriage, Edward resolved to do well by his wife and provide for her as he believed a man in his position should. But Edward's grandiose dreams and exaggerated opinion of himself prevented him from taking immediate responsibility for the well-being, and after only a year, he had stumbled back into his worst habits: drinking, fighting, and idleness. It was in this dark period that Edward revived an old idea of joining a privateering fleet sailing for the West Indies, with the aim of making war against the Spanish and collecting unchecked sums of gold and cargo. This, he told his wife, was their path to quick riches. Being a sensible and prudent woman, Caroline discouraged these fanciful ideas. By the summer of 1712, Caroline understood that her husband's departure was inevitable. She wanted no further part of Edward's reckless plan, and so left him to live with her parents. Stunned by the sudden turn, Edward was determined to earn his fortune fast and prove himself as capable as he always claimed he was. He left for the West Indies barely 1 month later, where he soon fell in with a privateer, Benjamin Hornegood, and his quartermaster, Ed Vetch. Edward spent the first half of 1713 sailing with these 2 seasoned sailors on regular sweeps of Windward Passage. But that year, fate threw him another upset. With the signing of the Treaty of Utrecht, all hostile actions between the major empires came to an end, and the prospects of British privateers dried up. Now poor, unemployed, and thousands of miles from home, Edward and his colleagues settled on the island of New Providence in the Bahamas to reconsider their options. These were fanciful days for Edward. He discovered in the small town of Nassau a life quite unlike that which he had left behind. The atmosphere of wild and noisy freedom in the small stateless encampment overwhelmed and captivated him. The drinking, the gaming, the woman, the aimless desire to simply live as one pleased. And yet, as carefree as he was, his beloved Caroline was never far from his mind. If he could make something of himself in the West Indies, working a sugar plantation perhaps, he might win her back after all his time away. But in absence of true conviction, habit takes hold fast, and it was only a matter of time before Edward set back out to sea with his mates, to live the life they knew best, no longer privateers, legal and sanctioned, but as pirates now, with nary a whit of loyalty to kin and country, earning his fortune by the sword and pistol, and praying his end was never too near. Man, you can just tell that this is surely written by Darby McDevitt. At least I'm just assuming it is. Just really seems his style. I love how much time they also take to really dive into the background of Edward, because it's by far one of the longest database entries we've read so far across Historic Order Run. But yeah, it's a good introduction point for sure. Also, be right back. Alright, and then we have pirates, buccaneers, and privateers. Often used interchangeably, there are a number of important distinctions to make between these infamous high seas swashbucklers. Pirates. Criminals on the open sea who use coercion, intimidation, and violence to rob innocent people of their cargo and transport. The term pirate is catch-all. It may be used generally to refer to all who perform acts of larceny in the open ocean. Pirates have been a problem since the advent of long-distance ocean travel. Every age has seen its share of pirates, and every age has cursed their name and romanticized their cause. During the so-called Golden Age of Piracy, roughly from 1650 to 1725, the majority of pirates were from the British Isles. Most were young men in their 20s, and almost all had already gained some experience as sailors prior to falling into piracy. Buccaneers. Though often used as a synonym for pirates now, the term buccaneer refers more specifically to a group of pirates who lived and operated in the West Indies in the middle of the 17th century. Best known for attacking settlements and fortifications on land in large groups, the buccaneers derive their name from the French term boucanier, an instrument used for smoking strips of meat over an open fire, a favorite sort of sustenance for these terrestrial pirates. Privateers were non-commissioned sailors who attacked and robbed given a letter of marque by the king or the king's official, such as the governor. Thus the distance between a pirate and a privateer is but a hair's breadth of difference. Pirates simply sail for one monarch fewer. Yeah, that's one way to say it. But yeah, the crown obviously doesn't quite like it. Who would have thought? okay, so I already have like quite a few artworks here. I think this might be from, yeah, this is from the fleet, you know, Edward's fleet, which I've already completed in like previous playthroughs. But yeah, we won't be reading all of this here. That's a bit much at the moment. An erotic painting, huh? But yeah, that's gonna be it for now. Just to have a bit of a, you know, introduction into, you know, pirates, privateers, buccaneers, but also the two major characters here of Edward and Caroline.
Was it good for you as well?
Havana. I must get to Havana.
Well, I'll just build us another ship, will I?
I can pay you. Isn't that the sound you pirates like best? 100 escudos.
Keep talking.
Will you or won't you?
You don't have that gold on you now, do you?
Bloody fucking pirates!
I'm on to you, Snakesby!
Edward's face when he's just smiling.
Come on, mate. We're off to a bad start.
Snakesby. I'm actually gonna disable one part of the hut here. For one, I don't need tutorials. And we don't need the puppeteer. Which is basically at the top right, you know, when they show you like which button press does what action.
It's 100 leagues or more to Havana. Will you walk that distance?
Man, this game is still so freaking beautiful. Of course you can tell, you know, it's like not up to par with like modern graphics in a way, but doesn't change the fact that the art direction is just so good.
All aboard the Citizen Maratwak and Ordup Maratwach Alessi Cookown the Kishik Cookown de Cockshud.
What was that? There was a bit of gibberish by the end there. All about the USS Citizen. Hello, Morrow. Welcome in, dude. And good day. Hope you're having a nice weekend. And thank you so much, dude, for the resub as well. 76 months, ho. How's it going, dude? Hello there, Dobbledore, welcome in. And how's it going? I like that feature, you know, after synchronizing a viewpoint that they have these symbols, you know, displayed there, which means technically, you know, you don't need a minimap to know the position of certain collectibles you're looking for. I'm not gonna actually collect all of the messages in the bottle in this playthrough because that's like really more of a lore, you know, kind of like story. It does tell of a different timeline, you know, about 20 to 30 years prior to this, but it's not, you know, very historically relevant, so not gonna actually worry too much about those. But I would get like lots of chests early on, especially. Need that wolf.
Posh git. Where's he running to?
Follow and I'll kill you.
But yeah, for now we're gonna follow this dude though.
We could work together on this!
Yeah, still playing the PC port. It's of course not really, as you know, the best, you know, optimized game for PC, and especially on newer hardware can have some issues. But yeah, I managed to make it work, so it's like a pretty stable 60 FPS now, with hopefully not too many dips. One software you can use is the D3D overrider, which kind of like forces VSync and also triple sync buffering. And that noticeably also made it more stable for me, actually. I saw there's also a mod or like a patch that makes it run on Vulkan based, which I could also try, actually. Supposed to give you like a bit of a performance increase, and it's also more stable. Hello Vesomp, welcome in. Another game you need to replay someday. Yeah, after you worked for your other playthroughs and replays. But yeah, this game won't be running anywhere. Unless, of course, Ubisoft shuts it down. You never know. Once they launch a remake for Black Flag, they're just gonna take off, you know, the original Black Flag from the stores. Imagine. Yeah, supposedly definitely does benefit. It's cool to see that, you know, people are still working on optimizing this game on their own.
Keep your distance!
Oi.
Senor Duncan Walpole, I accept your most generous offer and await your arrival with eagerness. If you truly possess the information we desire, we have the means to reward you handsomely. Though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the costume made infamous by your secret order. Therefore, come to Havana in haste, and trust that you shall be welcomed as a brother. Su más humilde servidor, el gobernador Laureano Torres y Ayala.
Mr. Walpole, let's collect your reward.
I like how that's really like a slap in the face of like all the AC fans, you know, at the start here, because you're led to believe that the assassin is actually, you know, a proper one, you know, who doesn't maybe deserve to, you know, die. You kill him, you take his outfit, you impersonate him, you throw away his broken hidden blade. You know, not caring a bit about it, and you immediately turn down your hood. But yeah, there's of course a lot more to that story, you know, to that assassin. Definitely a bit of a lucky coincidence that, you know, Edward ends up killing the right person. Because he's kind of done, you know, the assassins a favor there in a way. He hasn't done them a favor though by continuing to do the job that Duncan Walpole, you know, set out to do. For the sake of getting money. Edward can take a bunch of bullets, no sweat. Oh yeah? I think I looked up his discography like a while ago, but I don't remember too much. I know that he worked on Far Cry 3 on the soundtrack. But yeah, beyond that, I'm not too sure actually at the moment. I think he ended up working on some movies and TV shows. Wasn't Duncan Walpole supposed to be at least trained by Burrow assassins? He went out too easy for that. Yeah, I agree. They probably could have made this fight a bit more difficult, you know, considering that he's like a master assassin. But at the same time, you know, Edward, he's also really good in combat, of course, like being trained a long time. Perhaps maybe he's like more proficient in combat than, you know, an assassin is. Maybe it's one of those assassins that was like better in stealth. And there's of course also the fact that they both have already been, you know, severely hurt and weakened. So it wasn't like in his best shape there, I guess. But yeah, they could have given him like maybe 3 health bars, you know, so you have to do like 3 finishers to kind of like kill him or something. So it feels like a bit more of a challenge. Coin. Or the coin. Wish I could actually loot him further. He still has some money on his body, but I don't think he does. Thank you for clipping something, Ogoki. If you want to share the clip, you can definitely also post it as well. About to hear one of the most infamous quotes here. But first let me have a look in the database if there's any new entries. Indeed. Duncan Walpole. Born 1679, died 1715. Second cousin to Robert Walpole, Britain's first Prime Minister, Duncan was raised in relative comfort and ease until his 18th birthday, whereupon he joined the British Royal Navy as a midshipman with dreams of becoming a full officer. His immoderate temper and his impulsiveness, however, stirred a swift ascension, and he grew impatient with his progress. After 3 years, his interest in the Navy had dwindled to nothing. With his heart set on finding a post within the East India Company, he had a chance meeting with a fellow sailor whom he had come to respect and admire. And it was this sailor who introduced Walpole to the Assassin Order and all of its teachings. Leery at first, Duncan soon took to the secret order with a fervor and drive that he had not known in his navy, and as his skills increased, so too did his reputation. But his temper and impulsiveness, coupled with a growing arrogance, were always a liability, and he was known for his frequent clashes with the elders of the British Assassin Order. Still, he was a valuable asset to the order, so much so that in 1714, his mentor asked him to sail for the West Indies, rendezvous with the Brotherhood there, and meet with a mentor, Arthur Bye. Walpole accepted this position with eagerness and departed within the month. The assassins in England never heard from him again. I like how they wrote this database entry making you believe that this is what happened, but it's not the full story, you know? It's, you know, something that people believe, you know, he's doing, but he is kind of like on a double contract there. It is Zomp. Yeah, thank you. Having a good day over here. What about you?
The Commodore's gone out to Kingston. We're to commandeer this lover's ship and follow.
Sorry, Kingston? No, our destination is Havana. I'm just a merchant.
Quiet, you bleeding pirate. You'll hang for the mess you made out there.
Sir, I had nothing to do with this attack. My crew and I have merely anchored to water and resupply.
Hold it! Stop them! Give me one reason I shouldn't vent your skull.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! No, I'll pay you! Anything you like! Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Oh, God.
Oh, God! Take my sugar! Take anything you like! I'll pay you! Anything you like! Oh, God! Oh, God! Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Just getting started, Zomp. That's fair.
I'll pay you! Anything you like!
But I hope it's gonna be a good start into the day for you. One thing I love about this game is also the wildlife. You know, if it's like the creatures of the sea or, you know, seeing the turtles here.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! God's grace, sir. You saved me. A profusion of thanks.
Is that yours?
It is my vessel, yes. But here lies its poor captain, and I have no art for sailing.
I can pilot her myself, no mind.
You don't mean to abscond with my ship, do you?
I'm Duncan. What's your name, friend?
Steed Bonnet.
Well, Mr. Bonnet, let this stay twixt us. But I'm on a secret errand for His Majesty the King, God save him, and I must get to Havana with speed.
Ah, that is a relief, sir. Havana is also my destination. Our ways lie together.
Natural allies, then.
Ah, you put me at ease, sir. To think I took you for a pirate when you first appeared.
Did you?
Yes. You have uncommon way of handling yourself. Quick and easy, if I may say. Gave me quite a fright. But all things considered, I think it's turned out to be a rather fortuitous day, hasn't it?
Ah, yeah,
Lacking
Steve
a
Bonnet.
rowboat, I'm afraid we'll have to swim to my ship.
Hardly the worst thing to happen.
But I need money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry.
Aye, that's the way.
Please, sir, just a few coins. Take anything you like. Take my sugar, take my coins. Stede Bonnet, born 1688. Born into plenitude and wealth on Barbados, Stede Bonnet seemed destined for a life of pleasure and ease. The son of a successful and influential plantation owner, his early life was marked by tragedy when his parents died suddenly, leaving 7-year-old Stede orphaned and in a perpetual state of melancholy. His inheritance of some 400 acres of land softened the blow caused by the loss of his parents, and by the time Stede was in his late teens, he had already restored the sugar plantation to a profitable state. He married young and set about starting a family as soon as possible, but owing to what some called a disorder of the mind, he never found solace or comfort in these domestic trappings. To further complicate his unease, his firstborn son died in infancy, further amplifying his grief and stirring his restlessness. As a means of coping, he dreamed of going to sea and standing above the world, meeting people, living life as a man, free of the obligations thrust upon him. Okay, so these are just abstergo comments. The British Empire. The course of the 18th century saw the British Empire become the world's leading colonial power, with France and Spain as its primary rivals. After siding with the Netherlands and the Holy Roman Empire in the War of the Spanish Succession, the British Empire expanded, gaining territories from both Spain and France, and taking over control of the Atlantic slave trade in Spanish America.
This is difficult. I should have taken the coat off.
Yeah, swimming with that much gear, not the best of ideas.
Welcome aboard, Duncan. She's a modest schooner, but well suited to my purpose, trafficking cargo for my plantation and such.
She'll do fine. There's a strong wind now. Let's strike to full, shall we?
Round on every inch of sail!
Ah, there's a tug of the wind at my hair. Ah, I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean. The raw stink of possibility.
That's a top way of seeing it, mate.
We've really opened it up now, haven't we? Ha ha! Those sailors were quite animated by the idea of pirates roaming these waters. Is it a real danger, do you suppose?
A possibility. But most pirates stalk the windward passage between Cuba and Hispaniola.
Oh, I see. Yes, that is a bustling strait. But I shouldn't worry about being waylaid by pirates, truth be told. My ship is small, and I have nothing of immense value. Sugarcane and its yields, molasses, rum, that sort of thing.
There's not a pirate living who'd turn his back on a keg of rum.
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose that's true.
It's like, fuck. Maybe I'm still getting raided by pirates now.
Ease off the wind! Loose all, let's move!
You're a natural sailor, Duncan.
I did a decent trick at the helm some time ago. 2 years before the mast as a privateer.
Dash my buttons. Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure. How marvelous.
I've seen my share of strangeness, aye.
Bonnet is just the funniest character ever. Like also his mannerisms, you know, the way he's like almost touching the wheel, but then not quite. It's like little things I've had.
Fantastic work. Very promising.
And that finishes sequence 1.
Easy now. There you go. Welcome back. Well, your numbers look good. Now let's make sure we can break your brain, all right? I need you to move your head and look at these lights just here. Look up. That's it. Down. So far, so good. Let's get you up. So, welcome to the Sample 17 project. Before you get started, you're gonna need this. There you go. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, bonjour. C'est bon? It works? All right, let's take a walk. Your file says you've done some memory research before, but not to this extent, which is surprising. You're very good. The data streams are very stable. Impressive, right? This building is barely 6 months old, but Abstergo Entertainment has been a studio for a few years, since 2010. Maybe you saw Liberation? That was our first title powered by Animus Tech. That was just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, we'll be unveiling commercial Animus servers for the whole world to enjoy. They'll offer passive experiences, of course, edited versions of real history, but only the exciting parts. And we think we found the perfect subject for our first full-length virtual feature, Caribbean Pirates. So that's your gig. It'll just take a minute, okay?
Well, thank you, Nancy. Bonne journée.
C'est bon, c'était prêt. Magnifique, merci.
What are you doing, Rebecca? Get out of my way.
You didn't go home, did you?
It's so funny. You can block Rebecca when she's coming here. And you can do that every time she appears and she's kind of like delivering a message. And of course you have Sean at the coffee stand doing his thing. As we have learned in Brotherhood, you know, he's very good at making coffee. Actually he isn't. He's horrible. Soruma were a potential remake of this game would remove a modern day. That would be an absolute tragedy if this game has one of your favorites. I don't blame you. Yeah, I feel like it's, you know, one thing removing it, you know, as part of a remake, because maybe there's not like, you know, that much of a connection to the historical timeline. But the thing is, the modern day is actually quite relevant to Black Flag's history, because it's the introduction of a Sage story, and, you know, that's of course like a major plot twist about the modern day here, having, you know, the Sage kind of like blackmail you and, you know, doing all that. So taking that away would also take away from the importance of a Sage in the history. And that's an issue for me for sure. But yeah, apart from that as well, you know, like, the modern day is a big part of the series, and, well, maybe not so much anymore, but at this point it still was. And, yeah, it would have been good to also have that be represented in some shape or form.
This is for you. The primary tool of our trade. Your communicator. Power it up and give it a look. It's pretty slick. You might have noticed that security seems a little light around here. That's because your communicator is your key to getting around. See that flashing wireless signal? It means you're hooked up to the elevator. I'll let you do the honors. We're headed up to the Sample 17 studio, 2nd floor. You ready? Let's go. Ah, there's the boss, Olivier Garneau, our CCO. I'll introduce you. Bonjour.
Salut Mélanie. Ça va bien?
Well, thanks. Have you met our new hire? Just started today.
I haven't. Bonjour. What project?
Sample 17, the KENWAY line.
Haytham, Connor...
Edward, the pirate.
Ah, yar, matey. Very exciting. Welcome aboard. Mélanie, can we talk in your office for a minute?
Just let me get this one settled and I'll see you in 5 minutes.
C'est bon. Nice to meet you.
So, this is the Sample 17 floor. We're diving into the memories of one very generous donor, Desmond Miles. We're pulling all the best stuff from his DNA. And hopefully one day, we can forge some fantastic experiences from what we find in there. This pair of legs is John, one of the wizards in IT. He's just fixing something for you.
Not fixing, calibrating.
Calibrating, right. So here we are. Your very own Animus workstation. This is all yours, so sit back, relax, and find us some good footage. If you need any hints or tips, the Animus is loaded with tutorial programs, so you'll have no problems. And I'll check in on you later. Happy pirating.
It's really clever how they have John be introduced so early in the game, but you only see his, you know, legs. I guess you can kinda look a bit through the, you know, like crack here. See a bit more of his face, I guess, but it's not quite enough to really make out all of it. Plus, I also think his model actually looks a tiny bit different here. But yeah, you're not supposed to see his face, you know. Only the fact that he's like calibrating your enemies because, you know, he's trying to actually hack into what you're doing. But yeah, before we head back into the Animus, I'm gonna take a very quick break, just a few minutes, and I'll be back in just a few. Gonna leave it here in the game because I'm not gone for long. Alright, I'm back. And yeah, we are back in the modern day. Now, there's actually quite a bit to do in modern day in this game. You know, you can like hack lots of computers. You have these kind of like QR codes that you can find everywhere. You know, giving you like insights into the manifest of a modern day sage. But all of that is just purely lore based, you know. And yeah, it won't be part of this playthrough's focus. I will, you know, as I ended up with the other AC games, focus primarily on the historical timeline. So that means we're gonna head straight back into the Animus and start with sequence 2. Which means we're jumping from June to July. More specifically, the 20th of July, 1715. Which is when Edward and Steed actually arrive in Havana. Thank you, Morrow, for welcome back. Same to you.
Welcome to Animus Omega, Abstergo Entertainment's proprietary ancestral memory research tool. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about how to operate your Animus console, please contact your project supervisor, Melanie LeMay. You have been registered as part of the Sample 17 project. Your primary research target is Edward James Kenway, born March 10, 1693, Swansea, Wales. Calibrations complete. All signs normal. All systems optimal. Extra neurotransmitters activated.
Lively Havana. I've been here once before. It was a truly awful pleasure.
See someone you know?
No. Just putting on a friendly face. I shouldn't want to be mistaken for a pirate again.
Right. Flash rogue like yourself must be cautious.
Yeah. Mad to think Spain and England were at war 2 years ago, isn't it? Here I am, bartering with Spaniards like they were my cousins. Nothing wrong, Duncan?
No, it's nothing. Sand in my hampers. So where's the best squad in town? I'm dying for a quick kip. Or a siesta, should I say.
I'm just headed to a public house now to meet some merchants. I could show you the way.
Well, lead on.
I hope you'll tarry a bit while I conduct my meeting. It'd be a great relief to have a man of your stature nearby, in case of a misunderstanding.
I can hang about. I might have a drink.
Splendid. Drink.
But they don't take kindly to pirates here, do they? Wonder how many stolen reals bought these men this perch.
Oh yeah, Zomb? Yeah, that's definitely fair. I remember having to do that for the 100% when I played Rogue. Well, at least, you know, I did it because I wanted to trigger like all the Easter eggs when I've done my...
Take anything you like!
When I've done my 100% playthrough. To actually be able to trigger the Headless Horseman, you know, thing in Sleepy Hollow. But it was a pretty cool Easter egg, I would say. A siesta? Where? Hello there, Mr. Goody. Welcome in, dude. Hope you're doing well today.
Hola, ladies.
You don't know these women, do you?
No. They charge money for that kind of privilege. A few dozen reals for every hour of knowing. Keen to meet them?
No. Goodness, no. I'm a married man.
Married man of their forte, mate.
want to pet the cat, but I don't think I can at this moment.
Aha! Here's a purveyor of personal defenses. I should acquire a blade for myself, Duncan, just as you have.
This rusty razor's nothing to admire.
Even so, I appear a mere kitten walking so close upon you. Perhaps a small dagger would suit me. Let's see what he's selling.
Maybe I'll buy a sword too. We'll both jump rank.
Oh, we'll be quite the pair, you and I. Twin devils.
Lend us a few reals, then. I did save your skin.
Of course.
Cheers.
Edward never misses a chance to get some more money. Gonna get the British cutlasses. A pair of light cutlasses made popular by privateers. For every hour of knowing, yeah. That's one way to say it.
That's a better fit for me. How do you fare?
I had only enough for a small knife, sadly. Still, it'll do in a pinch.
Oh, puffer duff. I've led us astray, Duncan.
Oh, no matter. I'll get us a better view. What are we looking for?
A tavern with a sort of courtyard interior. My goodness, you're an agile chap.
Every finger's a fishhook. That's how you tell a true sailor.
Yes, a fine way to put it.
I love when we find logical reasons for why, you know, for example, a pirate could be a good assassin potentially, you know, or like be very proficient in one thing that makes an assassin iconic, which is, you know, the parkour and climbing. Having to climb, you know, on the ship themselves quite a lot.
I think I see the place. We're not far. Hang tight.
Oh, he's got me blind. Go, what do I do? Oh, I can't breathe.
Stop or I'll break your knees when I catch you. I'm close at heel, shitbird. Here I come! You robbed the wrong man, mate. A fellow with dangerous friends.
Blanco Caro.
Podría darle
Tengo un disparo claro.
Quiero una copa. Tan cansado. ¡Qué disparate!
Duncan! By Jove, you're alive.
Of course I am. That filch was no fuss.
Oh, yes. Ah, we've arrived.
Take your time, I'll be just here.
Fancy meet no Welshman, deep in Dago country. I'm English myself. Biding my time till the next war calls me to service.
Lucky King George, having a pisspot like you flying his flag.
Oi! Skulk! I've seen your face before. You's mates with them pirates down in Nassau.
Shut your fucking gob or I'll fill it with shot, you hear me?
Edward, is it?
You bastard! Hey, I warned him. You want a dust up? I'll give you one. Come on, lads. I've seen bigger arms on a bird. One more. Come on!
You're not leaving me!
I'll catch you up!
Perro inglés!
Tengo un disparo claro. No lo pienso perder.
¡Puedo darle!
¡Desde aquí puedo darle! ¡Lo he encontrado!
There we go. 100% sick. It's definitely really fun Easter egg zone for sure. I'm glad they put it in where, you know, having the location of Sleepy Hollow. It immediately brought me back to watching the movie with Johnny Depp, which was quite a fun one. But yeah, definitely required quite a bit of work to get to trigger. But very rewarding indeed once you get to trigger it. A piss pot? What is this, AC Unity? Yeah, I really like that one. I was maybe a bit too young when I initially watched it. It really creeped me out, I would say. But yeah, it was a very good adaptation for sure. is our first shandy that we actually collected. Derby Ram. I'm not gonna play New Dawn or Borderlands, anything like that. New Dawn? I mean, I heard about the new Borderlands, but I'm not quite sure what New Dawn is at the moment. But yeah, I'm not gonna play any recently released games for now. What I'm gonna be playing for now is gonna be the Colonial Saga of Assassin's Creed for the next few weeks, I guess. Tim Burton, Johnny Depp, Christina Ricci, Christopher Walken, even both of them led to it having a stellar ensemble for the film. Yeah, I really enjoyed Christopher Walken's role as well as the Headless Horseman. Chronos New Dawn. Ah, yeah, I think I heard about that game like on the side, but couldn't really tell you too much about it. What about you, Goody? Were you playing any of the two games? Hello, Dr. Darling. Welcome in, dude. You know this game. Indeed. Might have seen or played this a few times before. Ah, very cool, Gordy. I hope you enjoy those games so far. Yeah, just a few. And my sugar.
Sorry about the swift exit. Bit of a misunderstanding.
One heaped upon another.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, mate. This is my doing. I'm only trying to keep these Spanish eyes off me.
Oh, it's no bother. Regrettably, the soldiers confiscated my sugar when your dispatches.
Damn! And where have they gone?
Haven't the foggiest idea, I'm afraid. I suspect those chaps might, but my Spanish is muy mal dad, so I'd rather not ask.
Shit! Alright, come on, let's follow them and recover my maps.
And my sugar?
What, in my drawers? We'll see what happens.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! You don't mind me tagging along, do you?
Not if you keep quiet and stay out of sight. Bonnet!
I believe I'm getting the hang of this.
Quiet!
I fear they're onto us.
Hang back.
Bonnet the Master Stove.
Perhaps we should split up to confuse them.
The best idea you've had today.
Brought it 6 or 7 playthroughs 2 years ago. Yeah, when it had its anniversary. I didn't know it was like that many actually.
Buenos dias, senores. You're late. Yes, sir. See ya.
Meanwhile, I haven't played this game in like almost 2 years.
Ducit sapium tobis ut vestris scrotum. Temparum digitis fecit cardis.
This will be Captain Mendoza? Yes, sir. He's very excited to meet you. Only he must be present for a hanging. Hanging? Oh, I love a good hanging. Yes, very nice. If we hear the bell, we may go, if you like.
All yours.
I'd love to. Especially if Captain Mendoza's pulling the trap. Man owes me money for the slaves I sold him. Of course, sir. Captain Mendoza is happy to pay you. We have goods to sell, sugars and such. Excellent.
Actually got a database entry popping up here. So it seems like for locations we get the pop-ups, but not for people entries. Take my DR, take anything you like. You're fighting a stupid boss in Silksong, took you 1.5 to 2 hours? Damn. Yeah, that's definitely quite the time investment just for one boss. But GG's on, you know, getting it done. Alright, so we found dancers. A cowardly euphemism for woman employed in the world's oldest profession, prostitution. For a handful of coin, dancers can be employed to distract guards and interfere with ongoing fights. They might also have some incredible stories of their own to tell, if only you'd bother to listen. The Spanish Empire. Already a global power, the Spanish defeated powerful adversaries such as the Aztecs and Incas in the Americas by exploiting existing conflicts and rivalries between tribes and nations between the 15th and 18th centuries. Acquisitive and protective of a supply of precious metals its new colonies afforded it, the Spanish Empire enthusiastically participated in the Atlantic slave trade and defended its trade routes aggressively. In 1701, Spain became embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession. At once international and civil, it ended with a series of treaties in 1713 and 14 that saw King Philip V remain in power but lose his line to the French throne. Moreover, Philip kept the title of overseas emperor but relinquished much of his empire to the British, who were granted the exclusive right to slave trading in the Spanish America for 30 years. The century was nevertheless one of prosperity for the Spanish Empire, as their trade reputation grew steadily under Bourbon oversight and continued to grow at an extraordinary rate until the 1780s. Havana. There were several attempts to found a town near the Havana Bay in the early 1500s. The settlement was established by Spanish conquistador Diego Velázquez de Cuellar around 1514. The city sits on a bay that opens to the Gulf Stream and thus became a natural stopping point between Europe and the Americas. In the early stages of the golden age of piracy, Havana was burned to the ground by French corsair Jacques de Soré. By the 1700s, Havana was a large, heavily fortified port city where Spanish treasure ships would dock on the way to Europe. Pirates lurked on the approaches to the city, hoping to capture these same ships. And we found the Basilica Menor de San Francisco de Asís. A dominating presence on Havana's Plaza de San Francisco, the Basilica Menor de San Francisco de Asís dates from 1580s. Originally, a statue of Saint Francis of Assisi stood atop the bell tower, but this was blown off in a cyclone in 1846. Baroque features were added to the basilica in 1730.
Well, senor, the hanging will be started soon. Let's not dilly-dally. Yes, sir. We go.
go, Shanty. Yes, we got it. Nice. Billy Riley. Nice, that's a good one.
How long will this hanging take, man? I don't mean to hang about all day for the captain.
Quick as anything, sir. Captain Mendoza needs only to hang the man, then he will deliver your payment.
I don't want reales, mind. I want goods. Things I can sell. Tobacco, rum, sugar.
See. We have much fine sugar. Rates we took off a fat Englishman last night.
Englishman?
Por el delito de motín contra tu capitán,
See,
el tribunal
sugar
te
from Barbados.
sentencia a morir
Very
en la
fine.
horca.
We hold it in the Castillo after the man started the fight last night. He ran, left his sugar behind. Very fine.
Well, that's a start. Shall I accompany him to the Castillo?
No, sir. Captain Mendoza will have it sent to you, I believe. You will see.
Good lord. Is that big brute your Captain Mendoza?
No, sir. He is El Tiburon. El Tiburon, Governor Torres' man.
Stay put.
No volviera. ¿No es hermoso?
Hasta puedo contarte cuentos para dormir gratis.
Sorry, I had to mute myself here for a second. Info sync, that's going to take a while, unless it's story sync only. Yeah, it's only like full sync in missions, basically. So like full sync requirements, essentially. But I won't be doing like all the collectibles or anything like that, you know? It's not like 100% sync in that sense. But yeah, we're gonna be playing like pretty much all the missions in the game. We're gonna do full sync in missions, and we're gonna do no fast travel. But yeah, I won't be collecting all the chests or all the letters, you know, like messages in a bottle. I won't be doing all the modern day, since all of it is more like lore focus and less, you know, historically relevant. So it's still gonna be shorter, I think, than my average playthrough with this game, which is usually like more in-depth, with like lots of lore. Castillo San Salvador de la Punta. Part of a system of fortifications built to protect Havana Bay from incursions by French corsairs, the fortress was begun in 1590 and took decades to complete. The fortress is close enough to the nearby Castillo Moro to permit a heavy iron chain to be extended between them that could be tightened to block incursions by enemy ships. A bottle? For me?
Adelante.
Which part of remove testicles before hanging by the neck until dead appeals to your feeble brain, you idiot?
¿Qué es tu fiesta?
Hello there, Seraph. Welcome in.
No te muevas. ¡Tiro! El chichón está a tiro. No está a punto de haber encontrado. ¿Cuánto tiempo puedes aguantar? Creo que puedo.
Wait, that was very nice. Just counter me.
Objetivo a la vista. Eso ni lo sueñes, canalla. Mira lo que hace.
How's it going today, Seraph? Hope you're doing well.
Over here, asshole!
Just gonna have a look here. Okay, there's no extra requirement. Easy. Didn't even have to kill anyone. And still fully stealth.
Bájate de ahí.
It's going epingly. That's definitely fair, Seraph. But I hope you get some good restful. Hello there, Serkat. Welcome in, dude.
Sorry about the sugar. I've only one pair of hands.
Oh, it's no great loss. I've got plenty of cargo here to make a profit on my trip.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle for tedium. Sail for Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Haven't I heard that Nassau is crawling with pirates? Seems a very tawdry place.
Not tawdry, liberated.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, I'm a husband and a father. I have responsibilities. Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
Hey, our bonnet. The name's Edward, in truth. Duncan's only a handle.
Ah. Secret name for your secret meeting with the governor.
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
What the fuck? Game. So I actually went ahead and checked the optional objectives, remember? And it didn't say stay out of combat. It didn't give me that info when I checked, because I actually checked before I went into the fort. My reckoning is that I reckon that we had to stay out of combat when we looted the key. And at that moment we failed, basically. But yeah, that's the thing with this game. The optional objectives are kind of like done a bit weirdly because they only pop out once, so you can easily miss them. And I guess if you fail them, then they won't be displayed anymore as having been failed, which is kind of stupid. But yeah, now I can replay this one. Because I didn't know there was still this objective, because in my memory there was this stay out of combat, but when I checked there wasn't. So yeah, I'll have to replay this one. I guess I'm just gonna speedrun it then. But that's really annoying because it's this whole like tailing part I have to redo now. For fuck's sake, game. I hate when that shit happens.
Sorry about the swift exit. Bit of a misunderstanding.
You don't mind me tagging along?
Not if you keep quiet and stay out of sight.
He's saying hi and self-responding with an insult. That's just our classic greeting to each other.
Bonnet. I believe I'm getting the hang of this.
Quiet.
I fear they're onto us.
Hang back.
Oh, there's actually a golden chest here. Let's grab this one.
It's the best idea you had today.
They're quite rare, so it's good to actually grab them when they're available.
Buenos dias, senores. A little late. Yes, sir. See, we are very sorry. Our captain delayed us.
There's an entire subreddit dedicated to the hatred for that Silksong boss. It's like fuck deck for Valhalla.
Captain Mendoza? Yes, sir. He's very excited to meet you. Only he must be present for a hanging.
You guys get on my way.
I love a good hanging. Yes, sir. Very nice. If we hear the bell, we may go, if you like. I'd love to. Especially if Captain Mendoza's pulling the trap. Man owes me money for the slaves I sold him. Of course, sir. Captain Mendoza is happy to pay you. We have goods to sell, sugars and such. Excellent. Alto!
Did one guard hit you with a knife? Yeah, they did hit me, but they also detected me, I guess, when, you know, I was, like, stealing the key. But yeah, I just missed the pop-up that, you know, that objective was started. And then when I was checking if there were any objective missing, then, you know, the game didn't display it, so... Now I know. But yeah, it's a bit tricky with this game and the display of optional objectives. Hello Vaharo, welcome in dude. And good day. How's it going? I hope you had a great Boom Bap stream yesterday. Yeah, sure. Definitely can, Dr. Darling. Hello Vermita, welcome in dude. Ahoy. fellow pirate. How's it going today?
How long will this hanging take, man? Tell me to hang about all day for the captain.
Quick as anything, sir. Captain Mendoza needs only to hang the man, then he will deliver your payment.
I don't want the alleys, mind. I want goods, things I can sell, tobacco, rum, sugar.
See, we have much fine sugar. Grapes we took off a fat Englishman last night.
Englishman?
See, sugar from Barbados. Very fine. We hold it in the...
Yeah, that looks horrible, darling. Boss. Wouldn't want to meet that one in person.
That's a start.
Oh, very nice to meet her. I hope you enjoy your late lunch. Hope it's delicious. And I'm doing good. Having to replay this mission because I missed on an optional objective, but I missed a pop-up for that happening, and when I checked it wasn't displayed in the menu anymore. So I kinda assumed there wasn't one. So I already have to replay a mission for the full single requirement. But apart from it, it's definitely going good. Hello, Varot. Welcome in. And welcome in, Raiders.
Alright, go.
How was the stream today? Did you end up finishing Valhalla? Okay, there's the other group of soldiers coming. Hopefully they don't mind me going in now. That's that dude. These guys are still chilling up there. You know. But yeah, okay, now that we have done this, let me go ahead and give you a shout out. For anyone that hasn't come in with a raid of Rod, definitely check out his channel if you haven't before. He's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed and has been just currently playing through some AC Valhalla. For that he's been doing a Mortal or Viking combat challenge, I guess, where he wasn't allowed to use any weaponry, unless of course absolutely being forced to. So had to take out all the bosses or the enemies with just the fists, and no abilities either. So yeah, really cool challenge that he's been doing, and yeah, he's been bringing that to a close as well. Welcome back, Amita and Seraph. Welcome in, Rod, and hello, Valucinda. Good morning. Yeah, ever tried to assassinate a Tiburon in this mission? You get a nice little animation if you do it. I didn't. No, never tried to kill him. I don't think I ever saw someone do it either in this mission. So what kind of animation happens then? Welcome back as well, Schiller. Gotta get all the optional objectives and the secret objectives. Yeah, the objectives that the game just doesn't tell you. How's Take My Sugar's Creed going? It's going pretty good. Well, we had a bit of a rocky start because OBS wasn't going to capture the game for some reason. Like first I had it captured and then it was just like a kind of like a free screen, and then it wouldn't be captured by either game capture or window capture. So it took a bit to actually try to solve that, and now I just resorted to display capture instead. Which isn't really ideal, but at least I'm just happy that I get to capture the game finally. But yeah, apart from that, it's definitely going good. Been very much looking forward to finally get to replay this game again. It's been almost 2 years actually since I last played it. And yeah, also, you know, focusing a bit more on the history, reading the database entries. I'm gonna again not allow myself to fast travel, as I've done with my No HUD challenge, but this time of course having the minimap, so that's gonna make things a bit easier. But I feel like it's gonna help with kind of like the feeling of passage of time, you know? And yeah, gonna do also full sync challenge for the main story missions. We're actually currently on a replay of this mission because I missed the pop-up happening for Stay Out of Combat, and then when I actually had failed it, it wasn't displayed anymore in the main menu. So when I checked before getting into the fort, it didn't tell me to stay out of combat anymore. So yeah, currently replaying this mission. But I think this try should be good. Full sync and no fast travel, indeed. But that's only for full sync and missions though. I'm not gonna like collect everything in the game or anything like that. But yeah, looking forward to it. It's definitely gonna make us naturally explore a bit more, you know, not resorting to fast traveling quite as much. But did you rot? Hell yeah, dude. Playthrough finished, almost 90 hours doing fists and feet only. That's definitely a lot of just fist fighting. Especially since the enemies don't exactly fight fair with weapons and stuff. But GG's dude on getting the playthrough finished, that's definitely a challenge. I can only imagine how long that Fenrir fight took. You know, the one where he's like fully grown. Because that fight can already take ages with like abilities and weapons. Hello Vakioni, welcome in. And thank you for joining with a raid. No alliance map, not in this game, but there's still gonna be plenty of maps to look at though. No worries of a shout out either, Rod. Yeah, for sure, Amita. It's kind of funny because I've been kind of like speedrunning this mission stealthily, ironically. I just got detected at the very end when I looted the E, and that's what kind of like failed it for me. But when I was actually in the fort, I ended up just going past all the guards without killing anyone nor being seen. So I was actually really stoked about how well it went, you know. But ironically, I failed the stay out of combat part before I went into the fort, not realizing it was actually a requirement. But it's kind of cool that you can actually do this without killing anyone and without being seen. I might try this again. Because some of the guards are kind of like static, so if you kind of like time it right, then it can be smooth. Oh, very cool, Rod. Gonna do Red Dead Redemption 1 as a game to replace it. Oh yeah. So are you planning on finishing it before October? Because October you're gonna focus on horror games, right? Or is it something that you will kind of like play on or keep on playing once October is finished? Yeah, there's an easy solution for that, Sercat. You could just move to Germany and then you couldn't even go to the store on a Sunday. Because most stores are just closed here today. Pretty much, Rod. Yeah, it would be the longest time for me. I haven't played Black Flag in like 7 years. You know, when I started kind of like streaming and doing like marathons. I guess I probably haven't played Black Flag too much in between the launch and when the kind of like Assassin's Creed Marathon started, because I started participating in those like Reddit events in like 2017, and that's when I kind of like started playing the games on a more yearly basis, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely the longest time because I'm not doing my annual playthroughs anymore due to like how long, you know, it takes to actually play for them. Now with, you know, Valhalla and Odyssey and Shadows now and all that type of stuff. So yeah, I'm not doing annual runs anymore. So that's why it's also been like a bit longer, at least for me, you know. Yeah, this game is a bit odd when it comes to optional objectives because once you fail them, they're just not being displayed anymore in the main screen. So it makes it a bit tricky realizing whether or not you have failed an objective. And to my knowledge, it's the only AC game that actually does it. It just doesn't display them once you have failed them. Which is definitely a bit of an odd design choice. But yeah, you gotta be quite vigilant when they're actually popping up in the game. Oh, that's actually not too bad. I thought maybe it takes longer than 10 minutes to get a boss fight because of, yeah, as you say, like, he's quite tanky at that point, even if you have weapons. Oh, very nice, Rod. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the game isn't like the longest, so I guess it could definitely be doable. Especially if you dedicate like a lot of days to it. Oh yeah, Seked. A game that has assassins that can also have pet monkeys. Sign me up. Yeah, it definitely has become, you know, quite a time investment, and I'm also not streaming quite as much anymore. So that's like another thing, you know, like on top, where I definitely can't guarantee that I will be playing through the entire series within a year. So might as well just do like, you know, regular series runs, or in this case, you know, this kind of like more massive project with the Historic Order run. Hello, Frybread, welcome in. Thank you also for joining. And yeah, having a good stream so far. Been looking very much forward to get to replay this game. I just love the setting, and the gameplay is so fun. With, you know, naval and land exploration. But yeah, we're still quite early into it. Currently on Sequence 2, Mission 2. Hope you're doing well today, Frybread. What? Don't go up yet.
Algunos no se les debería...
Vuelve aquí. Se da la fuga. Cree que se puede escapar.
It's like sugar, not for me. Why didn't you fill your drawers there, Edward? Plenty of room for sugar. Especially if you jump into the water. Last time we played this was the Water's Lava Challenge. That would definitely make it trickier to escape here, that's for sure. I guess you could technically try to drop down from there. Onto the docks here. But yeah, would still be quite a bit more tricky there. Okay, this time we at least got the objective. Well, it's not completed yet, but it will be once we go to the to meet Steed here.
Sorry about the sugar. I've only one pair of hands.
Oh, it's no great loss. I've got plenty of cargo here to make a profit on my trip.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados, to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle for tedium. Sail for Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Haven't I heard that Nassau is crawling with pirates? Seems a very tawdry place.
Not tawdry, liberated.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, I'm a husband and a father. I have responsibilities. Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
Hey, our bonnet. The name's Edward, in truth. Duncan's only a handle.
Ah. Secret name for your secret meeting with the governor.
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
Yeah, I think you kept him waiting for the duration of an entire another replay of a mission. Edward. But yeah, this time we got the stay out of combat at least. Noise. Is that Splendor? Nah, never mind. I can only imagine, you know, if you not even allowed to touch like puddles of water, you know, like not touching the ocean is one thing, but you know, not really touching any water source whatsoever is another. Yeah, imagine that in the current, you know, kind of like technology and like engine they're using. Assassin's Creed Mirage cutscenes replacing black flags. I love it, 100%. I love when characters just statically talk to each other in a very robotic way. Thank you for the GG's, Lucinda, Mita and Seket. Cheers. Alright, finally got that mission done. Gotta be a bit more vigilant for the next one. Meanwhile, let's have a look into the database if there's anything new that popped up here. Actually, there isn't. sorry, Fry, but I kinda missed your message there. You started the game not too long ago yourself, looking forward to it. That's really cool. Is it your first time playing for the game? Or have you played it before?
Alto ahí!
¿Quieres?
Que con 14.
Si te digo que...
Con 14.
There's actually an achievement that you can get here. Or like a challenge. Where you drink so much that you kind of like have to be passing out and then waking up in a haystack. Doing it in this tavern will guarantee you to actually wake up in a haystack and triggering that achievement / challenge. Doing a remake of this. They absolutely do, yeah. Pretty much confirmed now that they are doing one. Just a question of how it's actually gonna look and play like, you know. According to new leaks, they actually remove the entire modern day as well. And it could be that, you know, they're gonna end up using the Skull and Bones engine as a baseline. Which seems likely. I don't blame you, Amita. Yeah, this game is just still so good. It's still so beautiful too, you know? Absolutely love the art direction of this. And the music also adds so much atmosphere to it. Am I excited for it? Not really, to be honest. I'd rather have that they focus their resources on new stories. And I feel like we're kind of like in general, not just in Assassin's Creed, but in general, like there's, you know, so many remakes and like reboots, and it seems like less original ideas floating around, you know. And I feel like this game is still recent enough that it's perfectly playable, you know, not to need a remake in my opinion. What it actually needs is a better PC port, because it's not that well optimized for PC. So personally, I don't really need a remake for this game, but I understand why Ubisoft wants to do it given the popularity of it. Yeah, that's a bummer for sure, having multiplayer achievements as part of a Platinum. And it's quite a grind as well that's required to, you know, get it. You have to level to like level 50 or something in multiplayer. I've never done it myself, like I attempted to, but I just stopped eventually at like level 17. Exactly, you know, stamina bar for a ship makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't think this game needs a remake either. But yeah, that's where we are, you know, like everything is getting remade now, it seems. This looks even better than Shadows graphically. Yeah, I mean, you know, like an art direction can come a long way, you know, like having high resolution textures and stuff, you know, or even like ray tracing, global illumination. I mean, you know, it's a great technology and can really make certain scenes look better, but you still gotta have like a package that, you know, works together in a way that makes it look aesthetically pleasing. And you can do that with all kinds of art styles that are also, you know, much more limited in, you know, maybe graphical fidelity or how you would define it. And at the end of the day, it's also a very subjective thing, you know, what you might find appealing or might think is beautiful. To paraphrase a quote from Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring by Boromir, Black Flag has no remake. Black Flag needs no remake. Exactly. I remember that moment like it was yesterday. Why not make Black Flag 2 with a new story and characters? That would mean they actually have to hire some capable writers. And, you know, do the effort of writing a totally new story and characters and cast. Can't expect that. At least you can't expect that, and also for it to be good. I don't know, you know, I feel like maybe we should just let Black Flag rest in the past for now, you know. It had its time and moment. I'd rather, for me personally, I'd rather want them to move on and try something new with the series and explore, you know, new settings. I wouldn't mind them eventually returning, you know, to like closer to other settings and find like references to characters like Edward and stuff, but I don't think it's ever gonna have the same magic again, you know, even if it would bring back characters. It's then a question of, you know, who's gonna write that character. That can have a severe change in how the character is perceived. If they even get the same, you know, voice actors to return. After so many years, you know, would require a lot for a sequel to still feel like in the same spirit or vein, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you know, they could still do like a Black Flag 2, I guess, with like unrelated to this, you know. They could, for example, move more to the start of the golden age of piracy, like 1650. Or they could move in a totally different pirate-themed, you know, setting. There's of course always been, you know, pirates as long as there's been naval. For sure, Morrow. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either, you know, having like a better PC port and just some, you know, like modern functions that make it, you know, more accessible on like modern hardware. That would be good, for sure. Oh yeah, Mita? I was under the impression that Black Flag is still like one of the more popular and more active multiplayer games. Well, it's actually one of the only multiplayer games still working. But it's also been like quite a few years since I last logged on, so I'm not sure how active it might be at the moment. But there's still the multiplayer Assassin's Creed Discord actually. So if you're looking for players to play with, that's maybe a good place to start actually. If you're like still interested in getting some achievements. Yeah, me neither. You know, like there's been good looking games 15 years ago already. We didn't have all those fancy technologies. But those technologies can of course be part of why a game looks good, you know, but they're not secure, you know, a good looking game or anything like that. Just having the technology that also like implemented well. Exactly, Sackhead. I'm just being blackmailed into buying it. Well, that's a good thing at least, you know, being part of a Ubisoft partner program, that I won't actually have to buy it. At least, hopefully. But, yeah. Already waiting for the price tag to be like 80 bucks. Piracy has always been a thing, it still is, just not like it used to be. Exactly, you know. There's definitely a lot they can do with a pirate theme in general across like multiple settings, really. But yeah, this is of course like the most, you know, known maybe and the most popular setting that people associate with piracy. Or pirates. Oh damn, Amita. That's really sad to see. I mean, I was never like that big into the multiplayer aspect, but I was still like a fun kind of like game mode, you know, to spend more time with the engine and against real players. The most multiplayer I played is definitely the one for Brotherhood, because I played it back when it came out, and then a couple years ago I played a bit of it just for the sake of it. But yeah, that's not available anymore now that we have taken down all the servers. Yeah, not the blackmail. I know, right, Cody? The sellout. The partnership with Ubisoft. I mean, yeah, technically I can't, or at least I would go into risk of getting taken down from Ubisoft partner program if I would like slender or something like that. But I mean, it's not generally my interest to slender Ubisoft like that, I guess. But I'm not gonna hold back on any criticisms or anything like that. Black Knight $80. Are we talking about EA games here? Almost. Ubisoft. At least potentially, you know. Never know if they're gonna jump on the bandwagon of increasing the prices further. Skull and Bones remake. Only you know, out for like 2 years or so and already needs a remake. $99.99 Deluxe Edition that includes a modern day. For the hardcore fans. Exactly, Goody. Yeah, that's how I got the partnership program. I actually blackmailed Ubisoft. Yeah, Ubisoft has definitely put themselves in a position where they, you know, started trend chasing more than, you know, maybe creating some themselves. Because up until this point, you know, they were still definitely a forerunner in the genre, I guess, of like action adventures and, you know, with like open world mechanics, I guess, you know, kind of like the Ubisoft formula, if you will, is something that's, I guess, games like Assassin's Creed and Far Cry promoted quite a bit. And that other games, you know, then also used in their games. But yeah, but not so much, I guess, laying the way anymore, I would say. Yeah, Goody. It's like we develop Borderlands, but actually we prefer playing Call of Duty. Don't judge us. Just take this key. They copy and put the title Ubisoft Original. Yeah, that's something that irks me a bit, actually. That they, you know, call their products now the Ubisoft Original, whatever. Kinda like copying Netflix there, in a way. But yeah, I guess that's not exclusive to Ubisoft, though. I feel like in general there's kinda like... I mean, that's the reason why games like Clair Obscur, I think, have been doing so well, you know, because they're kinda like a symptom of a bigger problem that greater developers seem to not wanna take too much of a risk anymore, you know, and rather play it safe. And then you have games like Clair Obscur and others, you know, that are just like, okay, fuck it, we're just gonna do whatever we wanna do. We're gonna be quirky and we're gonna do our thing, and it really worked out, you know. Because I feel like people are actually looking for originality more so than ever. And Yeah, I mean, you also have like less new IPs as well. You know, it's more like about sequels and remakes and all that type of stuff. So I feel like people might be getting, you know, bored of the same old thing a little bit. But either way, before I'm actually gonna go and start this next main story quest, I'm gonna take a proper break now. Not an overly long one, but for like 15 minutes or so. And then we're gonna carry on with sequence 2 and maybe still work on finishing this one today. Thank you, Assertive. Definitely will. Thank you, Haru. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys with some of the... Why is it still saying sequence 1 though? I'm in sequence 2. I guess because it's the recap. Right, yeah, it's the last sequence recap. That's why. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you with some of the great Black Flag soundtrack by Brian Tyler. And then I'll be back in a bit. Thank you, Amita. And Lucinda. As we say in the industry, go piss, girl. Exactly. That's the plan. And Edward also has to take a leak there, I think. He's been drinking too much rum. And a bit too much salt water.
High position gerecht.
Fly away, boyo! Back to your master!
Osiris. Your limbs are lasting. You do not know corruption.
Alrighty. we are back. Thank you all for staying tuned, and welcome back to more of Black Flag. As part of our historic order run, we're gonna carry on here in July of 1715. And yeah, we're still only doing main story for now, until like sequence 4. Because it takes quite a bit for a lot of the main story, side story missions to actually make sense. As an example, for instance, a lot of the assassination contracts are already available, but the introduction to those happens quite a bit later actually, so those are like, kind of like types of missions we're gonna pass on for now and do them later. But yeah, for now it's just gonna be main story, so let's go and meet some Templars.
Buenos dias. Mr. Duncan Walpole of England to see the governor. I believe he is expecting me.
Sí, señor Walpole. Entre, por favor. ¿Ese es el hombre? ¿Cómo lo llamabas? ¿Asesino?
Sí, Duncan Walpole. Debería haber llegado hace muchos días.
No me gusta que los extranjeros se paseen por nuestra ciudad. No me fío de ellos.
Cállate. El gobernador tiene invitados. Todos franceses e ingleses.
Parece un hombre rudo. Le suponía un aspecto más respetable.
Llévame, señor Tamar. Sé indulgente con él.
The governor's mansion housed the acting Spanish governor in addition to prison facilities. A new governor's mansion was constructed across the square in 1791. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for welcome back. Same to you, welcome back. And dude, that video that you posted with Fear Good Inc., but it's a Stronghold sound effect, was so freaking funny. It was like nostalgia galore for me there, because I used to listen to so much Gorillaz in the 2000s. And I used to play Stronghold in the 2000s too. So having those, you know, matched up. I mean, there probably even was a situation where I actually played Stronghold and I listened to Fear Good Inc. at some point. Like at the same time. Thank you, Rod. Welcome back as well to you, Senny. Definitely had a good break. Yeah. Spent it with Levi and Docusino. Thought about what we might have for dinner today. Initially wanted to make some kind of like Mexican mole chicken with like rice and kind of like salad and stuff, but actually we decided to gonna grab some takeaway today and get some döner kebab. Gonna make things a bit easier. That way we don't have to stand in the kitchen for quite as long today. Ah yeah, the drunkards. Sailors flush with rum and the heat of the sun, these drunkards can be useful in a few ways. First, as blend groups that allow Edward to hide in plain sight, and secondly, as allies in the event of a scuffle. But remember to bring a bit of coin if you want them to fight alongside you, as these pirates won't risk their lives for free. Exactly, you know, can be nice to just grab some delicious food much quicker. We're just gonna do that Mexican chicken dish tomorrow. Plus, it's also been quite a while since Levi actually had any döner kebab. Because when she was in Mexico, I actually had one myself, but she hadn't had one in like quite a few weeks now. It's kind of like a must-have, kind of like takeaway dish here, where we're living. We at least have it like, you know, every other week.
Good
Good morning, sir. Would I be correct in thinking you are Duncan Walpole?
I am indeed.
I thought as much. Woods Rogers. A pleasure.
The same.
I must say, my wife has a terrible eye for description.
I'm sorry.
My wife. You met her some years ago at the Percy's Masquerade Ball.
Ah, quite.
She called you devilishly handsome. Obviously a lie to stoke my jealousy. Julianne, our guest of honor has arrived, Mr. Duncan Walpole.
Ah. Julien Ducasse. I hope your conversion to our order is an honest one. I have no love for assassins, but even less for liars.
I have not come to disappoint.
Up for a bit of sport, Duncan? The old man isn't ready just yet.
You've got my 2 best pairs of matched pistols, Duncan, so handle them with care.
If I had 8, I'd treat each as my own son.
Pull off a few shots if you like, get a feel for it.
I once fought beside a man who carried 9 on his person. They were a boom in battle, but hindered his ability to swim, sadly.
Quite.
Yeah, maybe have been a pirate there that he encountered. Very likely. You had to post that song when you found it. That's definitely funny. There's been like a few videos where they used the sound effects from Stronghold for like edits. There's also one for Kingdom of Heaven, the movie, with yeah, me and names. Let me Google it real quick. Definitely has Liam Neeson though. Orlando Bloom, Legolas. Yeah, he also starts in that movie. It's kind of like based on the Crusades as well, right? So it's definitely quite close to Stronghold's timeline. And they used some kind of like action scenes from the Kingdom of Heaven movie and just replaced all the sounds with Stronghold sounds. And it actually sounds very realistic at times and very fitting even. Which is kind of, I guess, a testament to how iconic and good some of the sounds actually are from that game. But yeah, it's kind of like funny seeing those kind of videos. Hey there, Marquis de Sade, indeed, and Bartolomeo. Julian Ducasse, born 1682. Nephew of a buccaneer, Joan Ducasse, Julian was born in Montpellier, France. He took after his uncle's example and took to sea at a young age, eventually joining him in a few skirmishes during the War for Spanish Succession. Fighting on the side of the French and by proxy on behalf of King Philip of Spain, Ducasse's skill as a gunner improved rapidly, even as he grew wildly disillusioned with the monarchy and its obsession with lineage and breeding over raw talent and skill. In 1704, ordered by superior officers to join his uncle and hundreds of French troops in what would become known as the Battle of Les Malaga, Ducasse opted instead to desert his post and seek his fortunes in the New World. At first he threw in with slave traders in Africa, and for a year made a modest profit of the venture. But he was never comfortable with the cruelty and detachment the job required, and so departed for West Indies in search of yet another vocation. For the next 10 years, Ducasse roamed the West Indies as a hired gun, working for whomever had the coin and confidence to pay him. Ever prizing the value of intelligence and skill over mere reputation and breeding, Ducasse eventually found his way into the company of Laureano Torres of Cuba, in whom he found a friend and confidant. Woods Rogers, born 1679 in England. Woods Rogers was born into money, to a seafaring family with deep roots in both Poole and Bristol, England. His early life was a picture of industriousness and ambition, and by the age of 18 he was an apprentice mariner. Upon his father's death at sea in 1706, Woods inherited his family's prosperous shipping company, which he took to managing with great passion. Between 1704 to 1707, Rogers' fortunes and family grew, and by the time he was 27, his marriage to Sarah Whetstone had procured one son and 2 daughters. By the end of 1707, however, his business had suffered great losses by raiding French forces, giving Rogers the idea to recoup these dreadful losses himself. Knocking about Bristol in search of a partner for his endeavor, he soon found himself in the company of William Dampier, an old friend and unlucky captain, who suggested setting out on a privateering expedition, one that would range far and wide above the New World. In 1708, Rogers made the necessary arrangements and set out as a captain of his own vessel on a difficult voyage that would last over 3 years. Along his course, Rogers met with many successes and failures. In 1709, off the western coast of South America, he found and rescued a marooned sailor by the name of Alexander Selkirk, a sailor who had spent nearly 4 years living in isolation and who would serve as the inspiration for the book Robinson Crusoe, just a few years later. Soon after Selkirk's recovery, Rogers' fleet engaged an enemy vessel in open combat, a skirmish that earned him a pistol shot to the left side of his face and a mangled heel. Neither wound was enough to remove him from command, however, and he continued serving as captain until his return to England in late 1711. To commemorate this return, he had an operation to remove the offending bullet from his upper palate. Now in poor health but high spirits, Wood set about writing his memoirs. Upon their publication a few years, they were an immediate success and proved a great source of income. But this brief glory was offset by the sudden death of his son, a tragedy compounded some months later by his wife's decision to leave him. Also at this time, Rogers was sued by former shipmates for allegedly hoarding goods and money plundered from enemy vessels. Rogers assembled a defense, but lost the case. In 1713, itching to return to sea, he organized a passage to Madagascar, claiming to be a merchant in the slave trade, but with the intended purpose of reconnoitering the rumored pirate colonies established there. When he arrived in Madagascar after months of hard sailing, he found that the legends of a pirate town, Libertalia, had been exaggerated 100-fold. The pirates in Madagascar were sickly and few and desperate for help. After spending just a few months there, Rogers set sail for England, a failure in his own mind. And yet, never one to give up hope, Woodes Rogers reorientated his intentions to the West Indies, eventually lobbying King George for a commission to hunt pirates in the Caribbean. On this score, he succeeded. After a few diligent years of making his case, King George appointed Woodes Rogers as the governor of the Bahamas. Now at last he would make his mark and bring justice to a land where chaos had taken root. It's really cool how elaborate the backstories actually are for the characters, you know? Like a lot of database entries are like much shorter and simpler because understandably, you know, they don't want to overwhelm anyone with like too much text and stuff to read. But it definitely gives those characters another layer, you know, having this backstory and then seeing them from that perspective.
A little kick, yes?
I long for the day where one firearm carries 4 bullets, and not the opposite.
I have a friend in England you may like to meet, Julian. James Puckle. He's working on something extraordinary.
Magnifique.
All right. Here's a simple challenge. Try to strike every target before this hourglass empties. Remember, hit every target within the allotted time.
Okay, very nice. That's the optional objective completed here. Had to finish the challenge for Rogers.
Duncan, where are your wrist blades? I've never seen an assassin so ill-equipped.
Ah, damaged sadly beyond all repair.
Uh-huh. Have your choice.
Where did you find all these?
I did not find them. I took them. Is a souvenir. Two blades. That is the custom, oui?
Custom, aye.
Duncan, will you indulge us with a demonstration of your techniques?
Well,
We must. We put together a training course in anticipation of your arrival. It would be a shame to leave here without seeing you in action.
Yes, of course. Well, I mean, if there is time, I would gladly, show you what I know.
Here. You see, situations well suited to your skills.
Have a go. A blade in a crowd is always the simplest. Nothing grandiose, just quick and clean.
The database entries for Burgess and Cochrane are funny. It's been a while since I actually read those, but we're definitely gonna see them this time. I think I haven't actually read all the database entries for people in like 3 or 4 years now. When you walk into Taurus, if you stay ahead of Julian and Rogers, you can stand right near Taurus and El Tiburon without the cutscene triggering. And you see the servant ready there for the scene next to Taurus. It's definitely funny, you know, when they kind of like spawn NPCs, kind of like at a point where you don't expect to see them, or where the player likely won't encounter them because of a cutscene. But yeah, it's definitely interesting, you know, when you have all those things happening behind a curtain, I guess, but sometimes you can lift it and have a peek, you know. But it's definitely cool when you can, you know, see those kind of like things, or when you can go out of bounds as well and see what's behind, like, you know, a wall that you couldn't pass otherwise, for instance. Cheers, Dimitra. Was pretty close there. For a second I forgot that sprinting is right trigger and not left stick. Because I'm kinda used to left stick being sprint now with some of the modern games, you know. Like in Banisher, there was also the sprinting. In Valhalla technically it's also the sprinting, and in Mirage. But yeah, there's definitely some games that have switched from right trigger, or like A I guess, to the left stick press. So I kind of wanted to like sprint to another position there for the shooting competition, but it kind of like mispressed there. But yeah, still worked out just in time.
Show us another technique.
Quite ingenious to use bales of hay for cover, don't you think? God, that's the spirit. Secrecy. The advantage of surprise cannot be overstated, isn't that so? Especially around a blind corner.
Got an obstacle course ready for the assassin guest. As one does. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, it makes sense. I want to like test and see if you really are the assassin, you know. That's, you know, you're claiming to be. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to have this kind of like force here.
God blind me, that's a clever trick.
Your aerial kills have a poetic beauty, despite their conspicuous quality. Would you show us?
Malditos borrachos.
Magnifique. Is it also possible to deliver a killing blow at high speed?
Oh, I can show you. If only I could.
Mon Dieu, such a powerful strike.
Fascinating.
The assassins have trained you well, Duncan. You chose a perfect time to leave them behind.
At great risk, I imagine. Betraying the assassins is never good for one's health.
Well, neither is drinking liquor, but I am drawn to its dangers all the same. And what is your business here, sir? Are you an associate of the governor's, or a pending acquaintance like myself?
Guns, blades, cannons, grenados. Anything that may kill a man, I am happy to provide.
A smuggler of sorts.
And how is your wife these days, Captain Rogers? Is she, here, in Havana?
I trust she's well, but I wouldn't know. I've been in Madagascar some 14 months hunting pirates. It took some work to dislodge the criminals there, but we managed it. In future, I hope to use these same tactics throughout the West Indies.
And how did you deal with that kind?
Very simply. Most pirates are as ignorant as apes. I merely offered them a choice. Take a pardon and return to England penniless, but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Oh. I imagine Nassau would be your next target.
Very astute, Duncan, indeed.
Best of luck with that.
Grandmaster Torres! Mr. Duncan Walpole has arrived.
See. You were expected 1 week ago.
Apologies, Governor. My ship was set upon by pirates. We were scuttled. I arrived only yesterday.
Unfortunate. Forgive my caution, but were you able to salvage from these pirates the items you promised me?
Yes, sir, I was.
Increíble. The assassins have more resources than I had imagined, but not nearly enough to deter us. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, Duncan. You are most welcome. Come, gentlemen. We have much to discuss.
I have as a servant. You know what? I never spent that much attention to the servant before.
Convened at last, and in such continental company. England, France, Spain, citizens of sad and corrupted empires. But you are Templars now, the secret and true legislators of the world. Please, hold out your hands. Mark and remember our purpose. To guide all wayward souls till they've reached a quiet road. To guide all wayward desire till impassioned hearts are cool. To guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought. By the Father of Understanding's light, let our work now begin.
How did he manage to have all those rings fit perfectly to the finger?
Decades ago, the Council entrusted me with the task of locating in these West Indies a forgotten place our precursors once called the Observatory. See here. Look upon these images and commit them to memory. They tell a very old and important story. For 2 decades now, I have endeavored to locate this observatory, a place rumored to contain a tool of incredible utility and power. It houses a kind of armillary sphere, if you like. A device that would grant us the power to locate and monitor every man and woman on Earth, whatever their location. Only imagine what it would mean to have such a power. With this device, there would be no secrets among men, no lies, no trickery. Only justice, pure justice. This is the observatory's promise, and we must take it for our own.
Do we know its whereabouts?
We will soon. For in our custody is the one man who does, a man named Roberts, once called a sage.
It has been 45 years since anyone has seen a true sage. Can you be sure this one is authentic?
We are confident he is.
The assassins will come for him.
Indeed they will. But thanks to Duncan and the information he has delivered, the assassins won't be a problem for much longer. All will be made clear tomorrow, gentlemen, when you meet the sage for yourselves. Until then, let us drink. Let us find the observatory together. For with its power, kings will fall, clergy will cower, and the hearts and minds of the world will be ours.
And there we go. We are officially now a Templar. You, sir, are a Templar. It's really cool, like one aspect of the Colonial Saga is that you get more insight into the Templars, I guess, historically speaking, and into their, you know, kind of like welcoming ceremonies. We of course, you know, have a one situation with Charles Lee in AC3 at the start. But you're also kind of like, you know, thinking that you might still be with the assassins actually at that point. But yeah, this moment definitely takes it a bit further because you're fully aware, you know, that they're Templars. And also, it's kind of like the choice of words, you know, like in a way they have their own credo here that you can actually hear. And you can also tell in Edward's eyes, you know, that he isn't fully convinced of that kind of like credo for the Templars. Darby actually called it the Templar ways or something, but yeah, he actually wanted to create something contradicting or going against, you know, the assassin ways of thinking and really writing down, you know, what could be something the Templars would be saying when they are, you know, reminding the Templar associates of what's at stake and for what they're fighting for. I like how well Edward is improvising. That's something I really like about Edward too, you know, like he's very good at going with the flow and yeah, you know, in his backstory, you know, the fact that he also lived a bit of a rougher life, you know, and with rough people and having to also, I guess at the same time, present himself to, you know, higher society with, you know, his wife in a way, or at least in, you know, comparison to his social standing. Definitely seems like, you know, he was in many different social circuits in his lifetime. And yeah, he definitely knows how to think on his feet. Governor Torres, I missed your Templar face. Oh yeah. And his voice. He's definitely an interesting Templar because he isn't really that cruel on the outside, I guess, as you would maybe think some other Templars are. He's like quite well-mannered and soft-spoken and quite calm, you know, in a way. But yeah, he's definitely hiding an ugly truth. That's really cool, Rod. Yeah. Yeah, but Darby said that, you know, initially they didn't want to make the pickpocket an optional objective. It makes you wonder, you know, how many more secrets might be in this game that people haven't picked up on yet. I mean, I assume at this point maybe not so many, because the game has been out for such a long time, but it makes you wonder if there may be, you know, other secrets that they didn't make like objectives or people still haven't figured out. But always cool having like insight into the, you know, kind of like behind the scenes and decision making, you know. Because yeah, it's definitely cool that you can pickpocket them, and it also shows how cunning Edward is, but also how greedy Edward is, you know, that he would actually do this. Like, loot them. Because it also exposes him, right? Like, surely they will notice that they have some money missing there. But there might be one other thing that made them suspicious of Edward, perhaps. Not like they can prove it, but they can certainly suspect. Playing Schiller for the GGs? Strange how they chose Templars to be the bad guys of the series. Yeah, I mean, it's Assassin's Creed, right? The opponents of the Templars. But yeah, I never would have minded them actually doing a second franchise that would have focused on the Templars, you know? And maybe you could play from that perspective. I wouldn't have minded that. But yeah, you know, playing an assassin, I guess it makes sense if the Templars, you know, are the antagonists. But what I always liked is that the game isn't necessarily, you know, saying that what the assassins are doing is like, you know, always the right thing, or that they're like without fault, or even that some Templars can't have convincing arguments, you know. I mean, if you look back to AC1, you know, like, yeah, some of the targets were definitely cruel and maybe, you know, have deserved to die. But others also, you know, made Idea definitely question some things that he thought he knew, and maybe even met some valid points, you know. So I definitely feel like in general, the games definitely have a potential to not paint the Assassin Templar conflict like black and white only, you know. Hello Vervlaka. Can you remove the subtitles in games? Can't remember. Thinking for your own playthrough could remove for taking screenshots. I definitely think you can, yeah. Definitely should be able to. I can actually check.
Rest well, Duncan. Tomorrow the treasure fleet arrives, and with it, your reward. After which we will discuss further schemes.
I look forward to it.
Excelente. Meet me down at the docks first thing tomorrow morning.
Governor Torres requests your presence at the docks near the Castillo. First thing tomorrow morning.
Yep. Does have a subtitle option here for this game. There's also no HUD mods actually that you can activate. That's more like a toggle, right? You press like a button and it gets rid of like all the HUD, and that goes beyond the HUD options you have in the game actually. So if you want to take screenshots, that's also a good thing to have, because even if a game wouldn't have the option to turn off subtitles, you could use that mod to still get rid of it. Like anything that's basically laying on top of the, you know, game screen essentially. They should have come up with some type of Illuminati group. Yeah. They definitely could. Did you forget the word scummy? Scummy Templar face. Ah. I thought it was your favorite Templar face. The Templar Creed. Or maybe the Templar Greed. That could also be fitting. Goes back to the Crusades as to why they were chosen to be the villains. Yeah. Yeah, I think AC1 definitely establishes well why, you know, the Templar and Assassin way of thinking kind of like clashes with each other. Beyond just the struggle for the peace of Eden, you know. That's why I love the discussions between Altair and Al-Mualim so much, because even though Al-Mualim is actively manipulating Altair at some point, there's still a lot of, you know, philosophical discussions about the Templar way of thinking, the Assassin way of thinking, and, you know, where they contradict with each other and why there can never be, you know, peace as long as the other kind of like exists and wants what they want. An eternal struggle, as they like to say.
Pero uno de los amigos de mi esposo nos ha prestado algo de dinero.
Mandaron a 5, ¿cómo no? A esa distancia.
Otro borrachuzo.
¿Has visto lo que descubrí?
Soy una pequeña doncella española.
Ah, nice. I can finally pet some dogs and cats. Oh, yeah.
Hello.
There's actually a challenge, I think, for petting 5 different dogs in the game or something.
Duncan, over here.
He's doing the good old Leonardo da Vinci. Ezio here, over here. Duncan here, over here.
Good morning, Duncan.
If that's true, and the Templars in the franchise at one point saw the Isu or worshipping of them by any name was heretical, because they truly believed that humanity was only made of the image of the Christian god. But once they realized the truth, they secretly went against this belief, but to the public they pretended to still believe it in order to get more people to their way of thinking. Yeah, that's the other thing, and something that I think Valhalla did a really good job with Alfred the Great to kind of like showcase that switch. You know, what makes also the Templars different, for example, to the Order of the Ancients, because, you know, for a Christian way of thinking, which Alfred really stood for, you know, was like heretical and, yeah, kind of like pagan, you know, that who would believe in any other god or greater force other than the Christian god, you know. And under, you know, the guidance of that, you know, he wanted to create his own order.
Good morning, Duncan.
And that's why, you know, in the following centuries, the Church and the Templar Order had like such a strong connection. As we also see it, you know, for example, with AC2. I mean, it's literally taken to the, you know, highest kind of like position in the Church. The Pope also becoming the Templar Grandmaster.
Good morning, Duncan. Just over here.
Edward? Hello, Edward. I found a man to purchase my remaining sugar. Huh? Quite a coup, I must say.
He just called you Edward.
Oh, that's the merchant who sailed me here. Out of caution, I gave him a false name.
Ah, well done.
We'll catch up on it later.
Very punctual, Duncan. This way. Here he is. A man both Templars and Assassins have sought for over a decade. I am told your surname is Roberts. Is this so? You recognize this, I think.
According to old tales, the blood of a sage is required to enter the observatory.
We have the key. Now we need only its location. Perhaps Mr. Roberts will be eager to provide it. Transfer him to my residence.
Such a fuss over one man. Is the observatory really such a grand prize?
Sí, sin duda. The observatory was a tool built by the precursor race. Its worth is without measure.
Precursor race? I see.
One of your early letters mentioned a desire to kill the Mayan mentor, Atabay. Were you able to carry out this contract before coming here?
I was not, no. Too many complications along the way.
A pity. But the map you delivered with the blood vial will see that job finished.
Aye. That's the idea.
I don't like this route, Torres. We're exposed.
Something is wrong. Stay close, Grandmaster.
I feel it too. Do not let them get their hands on the sage, at whatever cost.
Assassins! Above! They're on the rooftops! Watch the streets and alleys. They could be anywhere.
Payalkit ak ama, iglalkit ikkelendum.
Stop him!
You're a nimble one, I'll give you that. Hang back and make this easy on both of us, mate. Stop, or I'll kneecap you.
No, I lost him. I want to like tackle him like 4 times from above, but Edward was like never having it. He was like always doing parkour down instead.
You're a nimble one, I'll give you that. Hang back and make this easy on both of us, mate.
Come on now. There we go.
Well done, lapdog.
Quiet.
We'll see him to the prisons, Grandmaster.
Double the watch.
Well, I'll be buggered. What an active day we've had, gents.
See, he's set on all sides by our enemies. We must be more cautious.
I do wish I could remain to see our drama done, but I must avail myself of these winds and sail for England.
By all means, Captain, speed and fortune to you.
With luck, I'll return myself a governor. And with my idiot king's blessing, no less. Adios.
As for you, Mr. Walpole, I consider this the first payment in a long-term investment. Gracias.
Obliged.
I would like you to be present for the interrogation tomorrow. Call around noon.
Yes, sir.
He's like, Moneta, it's my lucky day. Laureano Torres y Ayala. Born in 1645, Cuba. Born in Havana but raised in Madrid, Spain, Laureano was of noble stock, the son of Tomás Torres y Ayala and Elvira de Cuadros Castellanos. He joined the Spanish army in his late teens and was later appointed as the governor of Spain's territories in Florida, a post he held from 1693 to 1699. He then returned to Europe to participate in the Spanish War of Succession. In 1708 he was appointed as the governor of Cuba, a post he held for 3 years until he was accused and arrested of corruption. He was acquitted of these charges, however, and managed to win a re-election bid in 1713. During his time in Cuba, he made many lasting improvements to the city, fortifying the island's defenses, and kick-started the production of tobacco there. He remained governor until 1716, after which point he retired and devoted his life to charitable functions, such as building hospitals. El Tiburon, born unknown. Almost nothing is known about El Tiburon, the shark, outside of what we have seen from his limited intersections with the life of Edward Kenway. His unwavering loyalty to his employer, Laureano Torres, could possibly indicate some familial connection, but there's no benefit to speculations of this sort. If we have any interest in learning more about this silent sentinel, our best bet would be to locate a descendant of Torres himself and work our way back through the governor's life until we find a useful convergence. But apart from this, I doubt we have much luck. The father of cigars? Is he? The Sage. Abstergo's archives contain a few references to men called the Sage or is Sage, but they are few and far between. Each sighting seems to refer to a different person living in a vastly different time and location. The earliest example was found in a Sumerian clay tablet in cuneiform script, while the latest survives only as a footnote in one of Laureano Torres' own journals, dated January 1704. In all, according to Abstergo's existing research, 7 different sages seem to have graced the world stage in the past 1200 years, but the real number is likely higher. Perhaps the strangest aspect connecting each of these very sightings is the fact that in every case, visual descriptions of each sage are remarkably similar. So similar in fact that one wouldn't be faulted for assuming they were talking about a single immortal man. However, in 2 of the 7 citations, explicit mention is made of a death and burial. Are we therefore dealing with some bizarre form of reincarnation? Or some simple explanation that eludes us at present? More research is required. It's sad he kicks out of the tobacco industry in Cuba. What else can it be? Yeah, I guess it would be interesting to actually, see how far-reaching the tobacco industry might already have been at that point, like beyond Cuba. Because I have no idea about like the history of like smoking. If it's like cigarettes or cigars or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it definitely picked up a lot more, especially, coming to Europe with the colonial trade. The Cathedral of Havana. Construction of the Catedral de la Virgen María de la Concepción Inmaculada de la Habana, Jesus, that's a mouthful, was stated in 1748 and finished in 1777. A mesmerizing example of Baroque aesthetics, the building obvious asymmetry and curious construction material, coral taken from the ocean nearby, make this one of the most unique houses of worship in the world, and one of the most iconic landmarks in the West Indies. And the governor's prisons. As colonial governments expanded their duties in the West Indies, they often operated in an ad hoc manner. As a result, the improvised use of fortifications as a governor's residence, or as the town prison, wasn't unusual.
¿Un caballero de su categoría acompañarme al callejón más cercano?
¡Alto ahí!
Cat is like, you also like to murder? Let's be best friends.
¡Alto! ¡Alto! ¡He vivido demasiado!
Curious. Yeah, we still have that UCO chest here. I'm actually gonna grab that because they are kind of time-based and they don't appear very often. Okay, never mind. I've already collected it earlier, and I think maybe because I done it during a mission replay that it didn't actually counted it as being collected or something. But at least you have it off the screen now. But yeah, we already got the reward, which was like an ivory cell design or something. Oh, come on, Edward. Move, goddammit. You just got stuck in the air there. Okay, still got it.
Come, let's have a toast.
God sink me for this pittance. 1,000 reals for those maps. That's what? £100 at most. How's a man supposed to become rich in these times with a miser like Torres running the world?
Have you ever, worked on a plantation before?
You know what I'm thinking? I'd like to see this observatory the governor's going on about. He said it were like a device that could follow people around and show where they were.
A ludicrous idea. Imagine my wife with such an advantage over me.
And imagine what a thing like that'd be worth. Sell that to the right person and I'd be the richest pirate. Privateer in the West Indies. I'll catch you up, Bonnet. There's a sage in that house I must speak to, in private.
Like how Bonnet doesn't even care. And just takes the other cup. Okay, for this mission we can't be detected, and we also have to take out guys from stalking zones.
Das ist zu Deutsch Scheiße!
Thank you for summoning the German rod. Mark and remember our purpose, to guide our wayward souls till they reach a quiet road. To guide our wayward desire to impassioned hearts are cooled. To guide our wayward minds to safe and sober thought. By the Father of understanding, light, let our work now begin. I'm trying to think how to translate wayward. It's kind of like someone who doesn't know where to go, right? Ah, okay, so wayward is more like someone who's like stubborn to go his own way or their own way, I guess. At least according to like German translation. Yeah, it definitely wasn't in the game. It's like based on a German meme. It basically says, that is too German, fuck, or like shit. But yeah, it's like a pretty old like German TV clip there. From a pretty popular TV comedy live show. Alright, let me try translating that. Markiere und erinnere dich, an unseren Sinn, dass wir alle eigensinnigen Seelen begleiten, bis sie einen ruhigen Weg finden. Dass wir alle eigensinnigen Seelen begleiten, bis passionierte Herzen. Jesus, this is actually really tricky to translate because it's like such a poetic way of saying it in English. And once you say it in German, it sounds really stupid. Alle eigensinnigen Seelen zu führen, bis ihre flammenden Herzen gekühlt wurden. Alle eigensinnigen Gedanken zu sicheren und nüchternen Gedanken zu machen. Der Vater des Verstehens, des Lichts. Lass unsere Arbeit now beginnen. You imagine the same can happen in reverse? Yeah, for sure. When you kind of like, just have kind of like a way of like being poetic in what you're saying, and if you want to translate it literally, it doesn't quite work, so kind of like have to find another way. Thanks for redeeming that. It was cool. At least attempting to. It wasn't perfect by any means. Gotta grab the loot. Bought a 4.5 kilogram bag of rice. Damn, dude. That's a lot of rice. It's gonna last you a while. Premium Indian rice? Is it like basmati or what kind? Yeah, that would definitely be quite heavy. Having to carry like 4.5 kilo of rice and like other groceries. But yeah, that will last you definitely a good while there.
Basta ya! What is your true name, rogue?
It's, Captain Pissoff.
Bien que pauvre paysan.
Where is the sage? Did you set him free?
I had nothing to do with that. Much as I wish I did.
Take him to the ports. Send him to Sevilla with the treasure plate.
Oh, wait now! I delivered your treasures, didn't I?
You did, yes. But you robbed us of Duncan Walpole.
There we go. Stay out of combat and kill guards from stalking zones. Yeah, definitely understandable, Sackett. I remember when I had to like carry, you know, water and stuff, like a 6-pack of water with like 1.5 liters each, you know, like 2 kilometers or something from like the nearest supermarket. That was definitely a bit tiring after a while. Especially sometimes you would get like, you know, 2 6-packs or something, like water and like another drink or something. It's definitely a good arm workout for sure. It's Captain Pissoff. He said the thing. That should have been the title of the game, really. Assassin's Creed Captain Pissoff. Yeah, Dr. Darling. I love it. Gotta give Edward some credit, Taurus. You had guys food for a while. That is true. He had you guys food for a while. Yeah. He definitely, you know, did a good job pretending to be both an assassin and also to be, you know, someone who's betraying the assassins at the same time. And he never heard about the assassins or the Templars before, so gotta give him some credit there. And he also delivered what you were looking for. Except, of course, for Duncan Walpole. The only thing he delivered there was a swift death. Definitely Sackett. Yeah, to that supermarket nowadays I would drive with a car. But back then I didn't have a car yet, so I had to kind of like just carry it like that. And now thankfully there's also a supermarket much closer to me as well, so we usually just go there and we come back in like 5 minutes.
A despicable display. This Tosspot is a ruined man, Caroline. Unfit for life on land, much less at sea. If he goes to the West Indies, it's you who'll suffer.
Father! Father! Come, love. Up with you now.
That old muckworm! He's wrong about me!
I hope it's so.
You believe me, don't you? Can you not see me? Standing out there on the deck of a ship that's sliding into port. And there I am, a man of quality. With 1,000 doubloons spilling from my pockets. Like drops of rain. I can see it.
A man of vision. Man, this is gonna be one of my favorite quests in this game, surely. The one coming up. Introducing one of my favorite characters. And just the mission itself.
You hungry?
There he is. The myth, the legend, Adewale. Love this dude. But you also wonder what kind of changes to the story they would do in the remake and are non-issues. But they think they are, like the dialogue between Edward and Steed about the escorts. That's true, actually. Yeah. Imagine they would actually like adjust the writing in favor of like, you know, complying with certain kind of like modern standards or something. It's like, first, this is based on history, You don't have to pretend like these people live in 2025. And secondly, it's already written down, so you don't have to change it.
Now what's your plan, mate?
Find a weapon and steal a ship.
Que Dios nos ayude. No me gusta la pinta de esa tormenta que se acerca.
Parece que se está desviando al oeste, hacia el Golfo. Quizá estemos a salvo.
Yeah, I immediately had to think of Rogue actually when I said that, you know, like what a great character he is, because it reminded me of what Rogue kind of like took from us there. But yeah, it's one of the main reasons I despise Shay quite a bit at that point of the story. But yeah, I don't blame you, you know, like, he was really done dirty. But at least, you know, he got to say his part there. You know, when he says, Shay, you have become a monster. And Shay, in a way, isn't even disagreeing either. You know, he's like saying, yeah, perhaps I have. So at least the game and the characters are self-aware that, you know, killing Adewale wasn't the right choice and was unnecessary. It's not what Shay is supposedly fighting for either. You know, he's fighting the corruption of the assassins, but Adewale represents everything but the corruption of the assassins. And the supposed corruption of the assassins isn't really corruption either. It's ignorance and not having the knowledge that Shay has. So really, you know, it's in his kind of like responsibility to enlighten the assassins as to what's really happening, and thus stopping them in doing what he thinks isn't right. Yeah, you know, and that's something that's gonna be even more ridiculous as part of the Historic Order run, because we're actually gonna consider how much time it takes for Shay to get back from the earthquake to, you know, like the homestead, which is like a multi-week, if not month trip, you know. How much time he has to think about how he's going to approach this. You know, surely there will be nothing on his mind, but how am I gonna talk about this? And of course, dealing with the trauma, you know, I wouldn't wanna put that off him or, you know, downplay the guilt and trauma that he suffered from the attack. Or from the, you know, catastrophe. But still, you have so much time to think about how you want to handle this, and, you know, just barging in there and accusing Achilles and the others of willingly destroying cities and killing thousands, and as a result. And then after being told to kind of like cool off and go away, you know, and come back later, then use the time to actually betray them and take away a major piece of artifact. What did he expect would happen, you know? And he has so much time to think about what he's doing. But the way they kind of like do it is they also, in the game, give you very little time. It's basically the next scene, right? It's like, on one side you're in Lisbon, and the catastrophe has happened, and then 5 seconds later, you're back in the homestead, and Shay's barging in there like it just happened, you know? But that's not what happened. He had a lot of time.
We're stealing a brig. Hey, take what you need.
Won't be a minute.
There's many prisoners held on these ships. Set them free, and they'll sail with us, no question.
Man, that outfit is just so freaking good. One of my favorites, I would say, in the series. It's like cannon outfits.
So that's the idea then. Free what men we can, then find a fast ship to flee in.
Aye, there's a brig in this fleet. I'll make my way to it.
Nice, got a 5 enemy kill streak. Exactly, you know. And it also showcases that Shay really hasn't paid any attention to the teachings of the assassins if he believes the assassins want that, you know. They of course try to establish some conflict with his superiors, you know, but even the worst of the assassins that he encounters, you know, don't have their aim as like, yeah, let's destroy cities and kill tons of innocents because that's totally what the assassins stand for, you know.
There's a catch to this favor. You're sailing with me.
I'd follow you to hell for this, mate.
Imagine, Sekit, if you had like a pet monkey. Would be quite funny. Guy spreading his legs like that. Looked not very comfortable.
Come on, lads. If we're to drown today, it won't be here.
Yeah, pretty much this route as well, you know, they just reverse the roads there in a way. You know, all of a sudden the Templars care about free trade and, you know, that the citizens, you know, can have their own businesses, they're not being controlled by anyone. You know, the assassins are of course poisoning the citizens and I don't know.
There's a brig nearby just waiting for us to take her.
Welcome back, Zomb. Yeah, it's gone pretty good. About to finish sequence 2 and get our very own ship here. I just love the visuals of this mission. You know, the kind of like storm, the like huge fleet. And how the ships are moving in the wind and waves. Citizens? How many? Where?
Citizens.
Citizens.
Citizen.
Citizens.
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 Yeah, that's kind of funny. What does that dance move whenever I press citizen? Because it's kind of like mapped on a certain button that apparently does high profile or something.
Citizens.
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 So it's kind of like jamming while we trigger citizen. Yeah, that's the other thing, you know, like, I think the writers were genuinely, you know, doing their best, probably they could. Or I don't know, you know, I'm just assuming, but they definitely didn't have a lot of time there. They were probably also taught, you know, what kind of story, of course, to write and how to do it in that short of time. But I feel like they really have a potential to make it a bit more like Liberation, you know, where maybe some of the memories have been corrupted in the favor of the Templars, because they could have made it more plausible why the story is happening like it is, you know, because Shay is also being manipulated by the Templars very openly, actually. And they have already messed with, you know, memories and changing it, like Abstergo. And with you being again an Abstergo Entertainment and having Otto Berg as, like, you know, one of your superiors, you know, it would have made sense.
We're going topside. Be ready.
Lay aboard, lads!
Save your singing for Davy Jones, you jagabats! It's a hard wind coming!
The man speaks true. You lot weigh anchor. As for the rest, half on the foremast and half at the main. Let's outrun this hurricane. Watch on those galleons.
They won't. Far too slow for this weather.
Mark any orders you think wise, mate. We're up against it here.
These men know their place. They'll see us home. Look out, man!
I see it.
Water spout! Steer clear of that thing!
And how advanced was this game, please?
Water spout, man! Steer
These water effects and, you know, weather effects are just so damn good.
It's not looking good.
Steady as she goes, man!
By God, we pulled this one straight from the teeth of Neptune. I'm Edward. Much thanks for your aid back there.
Adewale.
Ever been to Nassau, Adewale?
Not yet.
By God, she took some knocks, didn't she? I think I'll keep her. All hands aft, lads! We're taking this one home!
Adewale is like, seriously, dude? I'm entitled to the ship as much as you are. But yeah, Adewale's face there is just gold. So good Serka with music. Absolutely love the soundtrack in this game. But also during these, really intense parts. So we get they wanted to test your skills early on, but the storm always felt out of the blue. That's fair. I didn't really feel the same way because already during the, whole like Free the Pirates, there's already quite the storm, right? Like there's definitely a lot of waves going on, quite a heavy rain. So it definitely was to be anticipated, I guess, that the storm might get worse. If you, kind of like, sail deeper into the ocean to kind of get rid of the, fleet that's following you. Because they're kind of like seeking to, sail deeper into the storm to lose them. Kind of that good old Pirates of the Caribbean maneuver. But yeah, initially the treasure fleet was actually quite close to the coastline, so I guess the storm maybe wasn't too bad there yet. At least not quite as much as like, in the middle of the ocean.
I've made my choice, Addy. I'm calling her the Jackdaw. A sly bird I loved as a child back in Swansea.
A dark little creature, no?
Did it rub you wrong when I took this brig as mine own?
It was the sort of rub I have learned to endure, sailing among faces of such fairness.
It's true. Most of these men wouldn't accept you as a captain. So what fair role would complement such unfairness?
I'll be your quartermaster. Nothing less.
All right. And as quartermaster, have you any immediate counsel for this TYRO captain?
Rest and repast would do us good before Nassau. Water for drinking. Hunting for food and repairs.
Well reasoned, sir. Hunting, it shall be. We'll find a decent place to drop anchor. I spied a few items in the hold earlier. Powder and a few pistols. I think I'll fashion a second holster if I can.
It's a good start.
One you find laughable.
Could we talk a moment about the condition of the ship?
What's the trouble?
I had a walk about the gun deck this morning, and couldn't stand for what I saw. A clutter of linstocks heaped like tinder, and one with a slow match still burning.
Christ.
And just nearby, 2 barrels of gunpowder, closer than man and wife. Fit to explode at the touch of a spark.
We'll stow ours good and proper.
As for the cannons, they might as well be tossed. Clogs touch holes in need of scraping, corrosion on the bodies, barrel swabs as naked as knives, and breech ropes so rotted, I could use them for knitting yarn. The short of it is, we need good equipment kept in fine condition. But we cannot win every battle with snares and shouts. So worry about your own armament when it suits you. But don't forget about your jackdaw as well.
No, indeed. We'll make it a point to keep this ship and its crew in fine condition.
Indeed. Looking forward to actually get the jackdaw back to max level. That's always fun. Getting the upgrades and kind of have a feeling of a power curve, getting stronger with time and taking on bigger ships with ease. But yeah, so this also finishes sequence 2 now, and we move from July 1715 to August now. Edward actually spent about 10 days in the treasure fleet there as a, you know, prisoner. So also had plenty of time, I guess, with Adewale to think about how they could maybe escape. Let's have a look at the database real quick if there's anything new here. Oh, yeah, we actually get quite a bunch of songs and shanties unlocked once you get the jackdaw automatically, that I guess the sailors bring with them. Oh yeah, there's an update for Edward, apparently. Or maybe not. But the Adewale one is definitely new. Born in 1692 in Trinidad. Ah, yeah, so he's 1 year older than Edward actually, but about the same age there. Born to enslaved Ogoni parents in Yoruba, Adewale was sold to the owner of a prosperous plantation before his teens. He remained on the plantation, working the fields until his mid-teens, always scheming of ways to escape his predicament, but uneasy with the prospect of living life as a fugitive. Then fortune struck, giving Adewale the sign he needed. At some point near the 16th birthday, a group of buccaneers raided the plantation, robbing it of raw cane, refined sugar, and as many reales as they could find. Seeing in this an opportunity, Ade grabbed a crate of sugar and hauled aboard one of the longboats the buccaneers had rowed ashore. Surprised to see a slave among them, the buccaneers were nevertheless thankful for the aid and welcomed Ade among them. Ade sailed with his first group of men for many years, quickly learning the ways of a seaman, grateful for the chance to develop his own skills and chase his own passions. And though his life among buccaneers was not free of the usual bigotry of the era, Ade found the prejudice to be more confrontational than restricted. In 1715, misfortune struck a cruel blow when the ship of Ade that Ade was aboard struck a shallow sandbar near the port of Havana. The buccaneers, mostly British at the time, tried desperately to free the trapped vessel, but after catching sight of an approaching Spanish galleon, abandoned ship only to be torn apart by schools of circling bull sharks. Ade made peace with his fate and stood his ground. Taken to Havana for questioning and inspection, Spanish authorities eventually decided to send Adewale to Spain, where they felt he would make an excellent interpreter, owing to his fluent command of Spanish, English, and French. Some weeks later, they loaded him into one of the galleons that made up the perennial treasury convoy en route to Seville. Kinda funny how it goes from entries on main characters to eventually drunkards. Didn't realize the in-game history was considered on par with the likes of the main character. Yeah, so it's like all the people, like if it's groups of people or individuals, will be listed there. But yeah, drunkards, very important. A good distraction to have every now and then. I have also talked about Florida. Home to several indigenous tribes, the Florida Peninsula was colonized by Spain some decades after Ponce de Leon's expedition explored the peninsula in 1513. During the age of West Indies piracy, Spanish treasure ships would sail up to the Gulf Stream on their journey back to Cadiz. Southern Florida therefore became a natural point of attack for pirates, and the Florida Keys a center of pirate recruitment. In particular, tropical storms famously shipwrecked several Spanish treasure fleets on the shores of Florida. Pirates and others flocked to pick through the wrecks and attack any survivors protecting the treasures. We also found the assassin burrow now, apparently. Came across one, apparently. And there we go. The jackdaw. Our very own ship.
All in the stunsail! Reef! Short north sail! Come see the swim!
Okay, we also gotta air assassinate an ocelot here. Alright, got it. Now we can go ahead and craft ourselves a pistol holster. Or a second pistol, because reloading actually takes a while. So that's why some people resorted to having like multiple holsters to carry multiple pistols. Potentially firing, you know, 6 pistols, one after the other. End of self-upgrade. Let's also grab the treasure map here.
Aye, that's the way.
So in regards to fast traveling, I would still allow myself to actually take the rowboat back to the ship. Because that's like a logical, you know, kind of like thing to me to use to get back to the ship quick. But yeah, I won't go like to the, you know, map and then fast travel somewhere like this. But yeah, I can still return to the ship with the rowboat though. That works.
Ahoy, Captain. Find what you need.
My needs and wants are oceans apart, mate. But I did fashion myself a new holster. All I need now is a pistol to lie in it.
Yeah. Taken from the holds, just as you said.
A little more than a blowpipe. But it'll do. So, are we rested? Or should we idle a while longer?
Best way anchor. I think the crew is itching to reach civilization.
You'll find no civilization in Nassau. But it's a fine place to be merry all the same.
It's a fine place to be merry all the same. Rodfire Waters Lava Run, you allowed fast travel back to the Jack door using the rowboat, but you decided to restrict map fast travel to just the points that literally say fast travel. That's definitely fair too. I don't blame you for doing it that way. And it also makes 100% sense to use a rowboat, not to have to touch the water. I mean, that's literally the point of a boat, isn't it? To put something between you and the water. So if you can use a ship, then you sure can use a boat, I would say.
Let's go!
Alrighty, so this is gonna be everything I will be doing as part of this stream. We're gonna carry on with sequence 3 and the second mission next time. But yeah, we're still gonna focus primarily on the main story for now, until we reach sequence 4 really, and we get a full introduction to the hideout and some of the major side activities. So yeah, but we'll have to wait until next time. But yeah, considering, you know, we had those technical issues at the start and you know, quite a bit to read as well, I think we definitely made some good progress today getting through the first 2 sequences. And yeah, that's what we're gonna carry on next time. But for today, this is gonna be it. So let's go ahead and quit the main menu here. Tomorrow? Probably not, honestly. We'll be pretty busy tomorrow, as well as Tuesday. Maybe on Wednesday, but yeah, I have a pretty busy week coming up again, so we'll have to see. Cheers, Rod. No worries for the stream. Thank you for being here as well. And thank you also again so much for the raid earlier. And cheers, yeah, definitely looking forward to the food. I'm starving. So looking forward to get some food very soon here. No worries, Zomb, for the stream. Thank you for being here too. Hope you also have a good rest of your day. No worries, Shella, Iva. Catch you next time, and best of luck for the Dortmund game. Alrighty, let's have a look who's online and who we can raid today, shall we? Yeah, I had a bit of a look around because there's not too many games I'm currently interested in raiding of people currently streaming that I follow at least. But I had a look into some, you know, Assassin's Creed streamers. If it was like anyone online that we could maybe raid and check out, you know. And yeah, found someone from Czechia playing some AC Valhalla. So more Alliance map business. So we're gonna just raid over there and see how they're doing and how they're enjoying the game. And
I want to see the Alliance map.
You know, meet a new streamer. Now this is very ironical. Hope the stream has gone well. Hello there, Ave. Perfect timing there. Impeccable timing. Hope it's going well, dude. Hope you have a nice day so far. And yeah, thank you. We had a good stream. Had a few technical issues at the start, but got both sorted. And yeah. Had played the first 2 sequences, read a lot of the database, and had a fun time with it. Okay, we're gonna raid someone called Heilish, and as I said, we're playing some AC Valhalla. Apparently going for 100%, so taking it quite in-depth with the game. And yeah, if you want to join us with a raid, feel free to copy and paste those raid emotes. Thank you for posting them, Ava. Appreciate it. And I hope everyone has a great rest of the weekend and a good start into the new week. I'll catch you guys, yeah, at some point, and we can't really say yet when exactly, but yeah, I'll let you guys know once it happens, of course. Until then, have a good one, and I'll catch you guys next time.